Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, one and all. Welcome to the Shakespeare Show. It's so nice to see all of you. Thank you so much for joining me today as we begin to delve a bit into, this historical topic that is of great importance, I would say. Definitely in my own research, but also I would say, just as a topic that I think people, particularly in the United States, should be aware about. So for today, we're going to be going over the history, right, of the United States' relationship with Latin America. And in doing so, we are going to be looking at some videos that have some misconceptions. Roosevelt corollary time? You might be right, Jelly. You might be right. You might be right. And so, one thing is, although on, I believe on YouTube, I have a specific time period that is the Civil War to the Second World War. I technically goes back a little bit further than this, as we know from the Monroe Doctrine. So we're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna get into all of that. But I hope that everybody's doing great. I hope that So, let me just turn down this music. Let me just pause it for now. And we can scooch on over. Hello, the big room. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. But yes, welcome in. It's so good to see you. So like I said, today we're going to be going over the history of the United States' relationship with Latin America, and we are going to go back into history a little bit, right? There will be some times where I will be more just speaking, right, more directly towards, the audience. I wanted to try it out to see if people sort of like this kind of content, where it's more like me sort of going into depth into, particular historical aspects as opposed to, whatever else I do, I suppose. Hello, Megastar. Welcome in. Welcome in. It is so good to see you. So good to see you. Also, as we get started, I did just want to say, if you'd like to help me out in some way, you can always do so by contributing to the funds that are on Throne right now. There's one that is about 51% funded, and another one that is a little bit less, but still, the point being that I'm very thankful. In fact, I was thinking about this earlier today. Like, I could have never have thought that people would be so kind and so generous as to even think to, help me in some way. But I thank all of you that have contributed so far, and those of you that will contribute. It truly does mean so much to me. First thing I was taught in U.S. history was vis-a-vis Latin America was the Monroe Doctrine. I guess there were important things before that. Yeah, because you have John Quincy Adams, right? John Quincy Adams. So first we're going to start looking at this video that essentially, does the whole, why is it that Mexico is poor and America is rich? I wonder why.
High in the Sonoran Desert resides the city of Nogales. Actually, it's two twin cities that are separated by the US-Mexico border.
Which shouldn't be there in the first place. Insofar as, and this is not, of course, to speak about anything that would deal with, in any political sense, but rather, the fence has quite a few issues when it comes to the movement of peoples and also ecological problems, right? So we know that many habitats and subbiomes, etc., microbiomes, pardon me, are destroyed because of this, of the border fence, right? And so you have the free movement of goods across the border, but you don't have the free movement of people. Oh, this will be interesting. Oh, I hope so, Cake. I hope so. Now, I already know where they got this because it's literally the introduction to the book, Why Countries Fail. I know that book. I very much dislike it. I'll put it like that. I don't want to, it's a book that tries to create this false dichotomy that essentially had the world been had the entire world just been colonized by the British, right? Again, this is talking about a historical context only. That then the Protestant work ethic, so to speak, would have been imbued throughout the world, right? So
They have exactly the same geography and they largely share an identical culture. But this is where the similarities end. To the north, just meters away in Nogales, Arizona, incomes are over 7 times higher. Most adults have graduated high school, life expectancy and healthcare are relatively high by global standards, and the
I mean, like, so far when it comes to this, right? Since we're just looking at these sort of statistics, right? It doesn't take into account the fact that one, right, there is an absolute difference between the two places when it comes to not only the income, but also why the income is that way, right? And these have to do both with policy issues, but also with historical issues. Like, for one, oh my goodness, thank you so very much, Omega Star, for your contribution. I really appreciate that. That is very sweet of you. Nogales, ain't that a cactus? Why does it look like a shark? Oh, yeah. I see that. Let my people move freely and restrict capital, right? Is that a book written by an anarchist? No, it's written by a liberal. It's like, I've seen someone that, eventually ran for, the Latvian parliament be like, oh, this book is so good. It tells you, I just read that one part and just, flung the book across the room, so to speak. I was just like, oh, essentially it's the Yeoman Farmer hypothesis, right? And other stuff, right? Because why does Nogales exist, right? Particularly on the Mexican side. It exists because it is there to provide, right, labor at a cheaper rate and also, many other things, right? Services, so for the other side, right? And in fact, Nogales actually was founded by a Jewish person, which a lot of people tend not to know. Historical analysis and yeah, right?
residents have access to all the basic public amenities. Despite all its inefficiencies and the occasional corrupt politician, the government of these citizens is and acts in accordance with the population's wishes. They do not live in
I don't know about that. I don't know why you showed the flag of Texas. I mean, Nogales isn't in Texas, but fine. It's in Arizona, but this is to say that, oh well, on the Nogales side, on the American side, oh well, everybody has free and fair elections and everybody is, that is something which, again, does not take into account, right, the historical factors which make Nogales, right, a contingency, right? So, again, some of the things that we have to think about.
constant fear that their investments, businesses, and homes will be taken from them, nor that their safety is in jeopardy. To the south,
See what I mean? Right here, this part, right, we can immediately, right, if we historicize this, if we put it in its context, why is it that the first thing that comes to mind are people's properties and investments, right? Now we're talking about something which is dealing with the concept of property, right? And saying that on one side of the border, one has a stricter view of private property and investment, whereas on the other side of the border, one has a completely different one. Hello, MIDI doctors. So one of the things, just to sort of stop here before we go on, and yes, again, if you'd like to support me in some way, you can always do so by going to my throne and contributing to the funds there. I took off all of the books and stuff. I mean, I think there are some left, like 2, because I put one up recently, but really the funds are the ones that I need, people to help me with, because it is, we live in interesting times, I'll put it like that. So, going back to sort of the historical context of this, right? particularly with John Quincy Adams, right? John Quincy Adams, very particularly, thought that it would be a good idea for the United States to extend, right, its financial prowess, one might say, right, to particularly Latin America. Now, why did they want to do this? They did it not only for economic reasons, although by far that is the case, right? Economic reasons were, at the forefront. But they also wanted to spread American ideals, right? At least this is how they formulate, right, what they're trying to do. And this is because they not only wanted to have the same institutions, right, existing. Oh yeah, just line go up, right, exactly. Was that they wanted to essentially recreate the institutions that were existed in the United States in every country in Latin America, right? To essentially create each republic of the Americas to be as American as possible in terms of its structure. So we can see that there are obviously problems with this. This would be Adams as Monroe Secretary of State. This would have been John Quincy Adams and Joel R. Poinsett. But it could have been during, but I believe particularly during his presidency of John Quincy Adams, not his father John Adams, the son, right, the son, John Quincy, who came after Monroe, if I remember correctly. So, what in essence this doesn't, again, what we need to sort of take into account is that there already was a belief in the United States, right, that they were, right, so to speak, and this is talking about it theologically, is that they thought that they were God's chosen people, right? That they were going to found the city on a hill, right? A lot of that rhetoric still existed and still does it permeate, right, in many ways in the culture to this day. What link did I use? The link for my throne is the pinned comment. Something American exceptionalism. Right. So, but one of the things that I guess kind of is present in the phrase, right, like exporting democracy, right, is that actually that idea goes back much farther than 2001. So it was not only that they were, right, chosen, right, it's that therefore they had to go out and make sure that other people could, benefit from their expertise and such. So they wanted to benefit, extend the benefits of American society to the rest of the world, particularly Latin America, right? Now, hello, more than Tinky Cat Mushroom. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, such cute emotes. So one of the things that sort of comes to the fore here is the fact that this is when people start to talk about American quote-unquote civilization, right? This is very early on in the American experiment, as people like to call it, right? This is not, 1920s. No. This is, barely in the 1820s, right, that we're talking about. Already seeing themselves as a civilization unto themselves, right? And so, therefore, they envisioned themselves as being missionaries, right, throughout the world, right? That is the American mission is to spread, right, its Republican ideals, etc. But this goes back to John Quincy Adams and Joel Poinsett. Now, what is a bit different is that this meant that all of the business, right, all of the commerce that occurred between Latin America and the United States was not simply that, right? It was not simply an exchange of money for goods, right? There was an ideological exchange as well, right, that was predicated by the Americans wanting to impose, right, these values right? Even in secular language, pretending I'm too mature to make a missionary. Well, you know. So this meant that they wanted from the beginning to interfere in the affairs of the countries that they were trading with, right? So that's my contention right there, right? From the beginning, this missionary attitude, right, meant that they wanted to intervene in many different ways from the beginning, right? There was no time really to say that it did not occur, right? That is to say that there was no involvement in the politics and the culture and the history of other places in Latin America. Particularly, hello, Christina Amazon, welcome in, welcome in. Particularly, this was tied, of course, to their Protestant religion in particular. So again, and also many of the people that we're talking about at this time did also have another motive too, was not only to instill those ideas, to instill to instill those ideas. Do you think Calvinism and deism versus Latin Catholicism figured into this missionary mindset? I definitely think that the evangelical aspect of what would become, particularly in the United States, the Congregationalists, right, and all of these other sects of Protestant Christianity that arose in the United States, right, have always had this sort of missionary mindset that other places might not necessarily have. Also, if you'd like other ways to support me directly, you can always do so by going to my Cash App, my Venmo, Throne, Patreon, and Substack. Again, also, if you're on YouTube and you would like to, if you would like as well, you can also go to those as well if you just do Linktree. So what this essentially, what it does occur is that whilst they're trying to say we want to better the republics, right, and make them be like us, they also believe that they will eventually, and Thomas Jefferson writes about this, that eventually that they will people all of the Americas, right? This is very important. In the beginning, right, you have them thinking that Americans, right, Anglo-Americans, are going to go and take over these countries, right? That is what they thought, right? Like the missionary aspect was also to establish two types of dominion, right? Both a Christian one, but also a literal one. Now, one of the things that sort of we've talked about quite a bit here is the idea of the United States when it looks at Latin America and it sees the peoples of Latin America, the Caribbean, etc., as being, right, one, inherently different, right, but in that difference, right, somehow lesser than. So a lot of this paternalistic attitude that you see, right, from the United States in this time period, right? So this is in the lead up to this Civil War, is one that is couched in this idea that, that at some point, right, all of the countries will essentially become the United States, right? That like the end game is just that, right, to essentially do that. Now, when you try to compare the two systems, right, which is what this video does in a bit, and we're going to watch it in just a minute. I just want to sort of discuss the major differences between the colonization of the Americas by the British and that by the Spanish. Obviously, this is not exhaustive, right? I mean, if I were to go in depth into the colonization by the Spanish, I mean, I would have to literally talk about every country on its own because every country was very different. While you do have the fact that that the societies, right? The one existing on the in the east coast of what is now the United States, and that existing in particular in Cuba, in central Mexico, in Peru, etc., were very different. It also was because of the fact that um, the social patterns, right, did not change insofar as in the Spanish side, they recreated more or less what existed in Spain in terms of land holdings, right? In terms of the relationship to the quote unquote means of production, right? And imported them to the Americas. The difference was the people that worked those lands, right? That was the major difference, right? This is where you begin to get, right, the encomienda system, right, and also the beginnings of chattel slavery. Now, while the conquerors, as they would be, the conquistadors, right? I just call them, the Spanish colonists, destroyed. Yes, yes, welcome in, Simon Pierre. Vous êtes vraiment bienvenu. J'espère que vous pouvez rester avec moi et apprendre en choses. Moreover, because of the Catholic Church and the Spanish crown, they also, as it were, brought over a highly bureaucratized government as well, which did not exist in the English colonies. So because the conquistadors, in particularly and I'm going to use the example of Mexico just because it's the one that I think provides the best, example of this, were able to destroy so much of this and, get rid of the religious elite, and Christianize the societies, right? Merci bien, merci bien. The process of Hispanization, as it's called, right? That is to say, the process of making the conquered peoples into as Spanish as possible did not occur. Or rather, it did not occur on the scale that people believe it did. It was not total, right? This is why when people try to use the term Hispanic now to refer to everybody that lives south of the U.S.-Mexico border, it doesn't make sense for many of those reasons, right? Because again, even the people that were Hispanized, they still retained aspects of their indigeneity even after the fact. But the process was one that was, by definition, never to be completed, quote unquote, right? It just was never going to happen. And one of the reasons why is because one of the big differences is that because the Spanish sort of began their colonization so early and did, conquer as much land as they did, they had to create an administration to, govern over about 25 million people, right? Very different from the small English colonies as they began, right? Because it was usually them ruling themselves and then slowly moving out, right? Whereas because the Spanish Empire tried to include everybody, right? Everybody that lived there, as to, to Hispanize them and to integrate them into the new economy, etc. Again, you had the difference of administration, where you had to have a bureaucracy, you had to have all of these aspects and you had essentially the feudal relations of land, right, and the people that work it being reinvented, so to speak, in the Americas. Now, one aspect is that depending on where you were in Latin America, different types of essentially what would become, right, the highest class, right, particularly when it comes to landowners. You have the fact that in places like, well, actually, let's actually take a step back. One big difference that made Latin America very different from that made it difficult for the Spanish to colonize it and sort of Hispanize the entire, landmass that they had, was because there already was a system, right, of a relationship to villages. right? The villages were the central place, right, where most people lived, particularly if they were indigenous, right? So the Spanish had to deal with this, and in fact, they created the idea of the República de los Españoles and the República de los Indios, right? This idea that there are two nations, so to speak, within the Viceroyalty of New Spain. But of course, we understand now that like the culture that was created in all of the colonies is an amalgamation of three big, although there are books, even history books that are contemporary, that hello Neuroriot, welcome in, that seem to think it's just indigenous and European, but it's more than that. Because again, there was, of course, slavery. And hello Zedzir, welcome in. And so another thing too was which colonies began to import slaves first, right? And this is very important, at least when it comes to the Spanish colonies, because of the fact that since there were sedentary societies in Mexico, in Peru, etc., they did not have to necessarily, right, employ chattel slavery. Hello, Nightmare Emporium. Welcome in. Glad to see everybody's here. It meant that at first they attempted to use indigenous labor, as opposed to places like Cuba and also Brazil, which the Portuguese controlled Brazil and mainly the coastline, where there weren't as many sedentary peoples, right? So it blows people's minds when they learn Latinos aren't just tan white people that speak Spanish and possibly have a fat hat. Well, you never know. You never know these days. Right? So what ends up happening is that in Cuba and in Brazil, makes them instead create in both of these colonies. And the reason why I highlight these two colonies is because these are the last two to abolish slavery in the Americas. With Cuba in 1876 and then with Brazil in 1888, respectively, right? Is that's where you begin to have, instead of having like the large estancias, right? The large landowning, for raising crops or having cattle, etc., of Argentina, right? Instead, you have the introduction of sugar plantations, right? Of sugarcane, which is not indigenous to the Americas. So that is where you have the necessity, quote unquote, to begin chattel slavery, right? It's because of these two particular aspects. Again, I don't like to look at it as cause and effect. Like the slavery happened everywhere, right? But a lot of people like to sort of show how the difference between sedentary societies existing in Mesoamerica and in South America, particularly in the Andes region, right, meant that they didn't have to employ as much African slave labor in relationship to, right, Cuba and also Brazil. But I prefer to complicate that and think of it as a greater totality, right? Because obviously for the Spanish, they're benefiting from everything, right? From all of these things. Right. So, as we've already gone over before, right? There was huge inequality, right, between the peoples in the Spanish colonies, right? Because we had what was called la sistema de las castas, right? The caste system that was based on race and intermixture. So if you were to be a mestizo, right, which now means pretty much, like now in Mexico is used to mean anybody, right? Back in the colonial period, that meant very specifically someone who had a Spanish father and an indigenous mother. Right now, that it does not mean that. Right, that is not how that is used. Moreover, is that Spaniards, right, themselves were divided into two classes, right? The ones that were born in the Americas, criollos, could never get the number one positions, right? They could be number two, but they could never be number one, right? So they couldn't be the archbishop, but they could be the bishop. They could never be the viceroy, but they could be the chief minister, right? Stuff like that. And so, and so what ends up happening is that you have a society where the white people, right, the Europeans, and I stress to say white because so many people like to act like somehow like Latinos, people from Latin America can't be white, when whiteness was already, being seen as a thing, especially because blackness was already seen as a thing, is that within the white society, within the European society, whether it was clergymen, whether it was, merchants or whatever it was, right, enjoyed a special rights, essentially, that of course made the system very unequal, right? Because again, just like in Europe itself, in New Spain, and again, I'm going to use New Spain as my main case example here, because as much as I would love to, just do an entire history lessons on the whole of Latin America, I don't have that much time for today. I feel like I should already know, but what's the difference between a caste system and apartheid? Oh, hello, Narwhal. Welcome in, welcome in. So the difference between the caste system as such is that it's a way to identify people and to classify people vis-a-vis, the different racial groups that by which they are composed of, right? And so segregation is something that did occur where, like you couldn't, like the best schools, right, that existed at the time, right, were only available for criollo children, right? So and for white children. So if you were a mestizo, you couldn't go to the best Catholic schools, right? You could maybe go to school, but it so there was some segregation, right, which is just the Latinate way of saying apartheid, right? That existed, right? And also because, again, you have 25 million people, more or less, in the Spanish Empire that are indigenous, right? It means that because they still have the strong connection to the village, hello, full of nicks, welcome in, welcome in. That also means that, it's somewhat difficult, right, to not have some form of separation, right? Because the indigenous people don't want to be right in the middle of the colonial society necessarily. But the privileges and monopolies that existed in Europe were reproduced in the Americas, right? So that's very important to keep in mind. And like I said, this social hierarchy meant that, again, different groups got different rights. So it is a form of apartheid, I would say. And the ability to even have businesses, right? Everything was controlled and everything was determined upon your race and your position in society because of that. So that is important. And eventually you have essentially a guild structure, right? Which I think is important to note. But one thing I want to highlight is that never in the entire colonial history, right? So never from essentially 1519, again using New Spain as the example, to 1521 or to from 1521 to or 1519 to 1810 or 1821, whichever one you prefer, the Spanish were never able to make an economy that was able to exist without the indigenous peoples of the Americas. They tried to create, so there is a crossover. They tried to make it so that, right, that by granting special privileges to the Europeans and everything, and it also making more Europeans move to the Americas, that they could create an economy which did not depend upon the indigenous people and as well as the African slaves. But that never happened, right? In the entire time that there was Spanish colonization, I'd say the main difference is that caste is always encodes lineage. Yes, I think to me that is a very fair assessment, and yes, I definitely think that you're correct in that, Jelly. The main difference is that caste always encodes lineage, which is true because it's based. It also comes with the idea of limpieza de sangre, so which is a genealogical thing. So for sure, whereas apartheid can operate solely on phenotype, right? And so the caste system was further magnified, I guess one could say, right, by apartheid, right, where there were areas of the colony that only white, the white Europeans could live, et cetera, et cetera. But generally speaking, because unlike in the British colonies, they didn't get rid of all of their indigenous people, to put it mildly, when a lot of other states, entities banned or enforced prior bans restricted the slave trade, there was likely a powerful entities who had invested in supply lines wanting buyers, probably. I can see this playing out in the 19th century, but my brain is kind of, oh, okay. So what you're saying is that so then I guess what your contention is, Neuroriot, is that because there was already a sort of a building of demand for the African slave trade, right, then that is what I guess that's the next part. That is what kind of brought about those powerful entities that had invested into those supplies, that sort of came into disagreement with the state, I suppose. I believe that's what you're trying to sort of get at. So the best way to summarize this is that the entirety of Spain and European wealth, and I'm not the only person to say this. Eric Williams says this very, very, very well in his wonderful book, Capitalism and Slavery, right? That Spain and all of the other countries that colonized the Americas, the great wealth that they extracted was built or was done so on the back of the indigenous and African peoples that they made work and be the source of labor in the colonies. I see. So a caste is like inherited legally. Apartheid is, yeah, like you can't help the fact that you're born in one or another casta, right? And one thing to emphasize this is the fact that, again, Spanish people that were born in the Americas were not given the same privileges that Spaniards born in Europe, right, were given, right? So even where you're born also affects that. What I mean is that the ban restrictions during the late 18th and early 19th century made slave traders not stop but shift towards Brazil and Cuba. Yes, okay, yes, I understand what you're saying now. Yes, I mean, especially once you have like concerted efforts to I can't wait to troll colonizers on my trip to Europe. Have fun. No, but yes, that whenever there was a country that did enforce it, like when Mexico abolished slavery, right? Many of the people that had already left. Hello, the Ferret King. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you, my best pal. How are you doing? I hope all is well. So, once you have the independence of these states, right? And so I really want to go into the history of this, as and be thorough. But so that will require me being a little, Hello, Scribbles. It's so nice to see you. It's been such a long time. Hello, hello. I'm okay, just sleepy, always sleepy. Oh yeah, that's what I feel. Always sleepy. Yes, I'm doing great. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. So walking around Europe confident at night because you're the... I've been good. I've been tired and busy. Just trying to make everything work, right? Um, so yes, thank you so much for all of the links. So when you have the independence of the republics, right, in the Americas, what you have is that the states that they quote unquote inherit are ones which actually circumscribe, so to speak, right, that hold back the amount of power that they could have, right? Because, of course, they have now kicked out the Spanish, right? They kicked out the Europeans, right? The busy and sleepy Shakespeare sending you, oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Scribbles. It's always nice to see you. Ooh, this is a topic I'm dying to learn more about. Oh, well, I'm glad that I could, provide some, hopefully some insight into. So that's when you begin to have, in essence, two factions that appear in pretty much all of Spanish America, right? Or in this case, former Spanish America. And that is, you have the conservatives and the liberals. And in Mexico in particular, again, because I want to focus on just, because I could go into every country, but I think, focusing on one is probably the best idea, is that in Mexico, this led to the wars of reform, right? Which essentially meant that Mexico was very unstable, right, economically speaking, from the time the revolution, the independence wars began until essentially the late 19th century. I shall listen as I crochet. Ooh, yes, that sounds so nice. Oh, I would love that. That sounds so awesome. So what they were afraid of, right? What they were afraid of actually happening, the criollos, was now they were afraid of the rest of the population that technically got liberated, right? Like, yes, we finally have control, but now we have to contend with all of the other peoples that we have held under, enslaved or abused or whatever it might be, right? So, but one thing I want to stress is that the difference between the conservatives and the liberals is not as clear cut as it would be, say, in Britain or in France, mainly because the decision to be on either side usually tended to be a question of like which family you pertain to, right? Because usually that was that determined what kind of capital, right, you would have, right? Whether you were a merchant or a landowner family, right? I imagine they were scared of retaliation, backlash. Yes, they were. They were very much. Another thing too is that the main difference between the conservatives and the liberals was that the conservatives wanted an established Catholic Church, right? They wanted it to have control over education and considered all, all attempts at equality, right, as being fundamentally threats, right, to their rule, right? Oh, if we let everyone vote, then we won't hold power anymore, right? That's always the what ends up, So, another thing too was that this was to uphold their system of privileges, right? So even though they got rid of the Spanish crown. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Narwhal, for your contribution to my to help me get a passport and move. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And so what you have is essentially the liberals, right, that instead are influenced by the European Enlightenment, right? But it's different, right? Getting a passport too, yeah, no, as I said on there, right? It's time to get all that done. Um, Catholics and education control, right? Exactly. Because remember, if the church kept that power, then that meant it could keep the segregation. If they're, I mean, hey, you know what? Like, I have spoken about the mass expulsion of Mexicans from this country, even the operation that the president elect says that he wants to base what he likes, right? The plan he likes and he wants to use. And speaking of it completely in a historical perspective, not a political one, it must be said that the majority of the people in both of the two big mass expulsions, both the one in the 30s and the one in the 50s, right? The one that Donald Trump in particular is very has an affinity for, involved the fact that most of the people deported or repatriated, quote unquote, were U.S. citizens and or documented, right? So they were people that had every right to be in the United States, and in many cases were American citizens by birth. So, um, but the liberals, what they wanted was the secularization, right, of society, and they wanted to get rid of all of the colonial leftovers, right? Because they argued, and I think this makes quite a bit of sense, was that they rightly recognized that if they kept the privilege system, which essentially was a leftover from like late feudal society, um, that otherwise you would just have monopolies, right? Like essentially the economy would always be dependent upon a percentage, right? A fraction within a fraction of people, right? And so liberals instead said, let's get rid of that and instead, open it up to the market. France made the mistake of inventing racism after inventing the worst slave economy known to man, Haiti, because then they get a stable population of free blacks and mulattoes who began accumulating wealth and demanding rights and had more domestic power than the French absentee landlords. Right. And again, this is what leads, right, to all of these ideas, right, from, the Enlightenment and etc., right, to really find fertile ground, right, in particularly, right, in Haiti, in Mexico, right, because Haiti was the first revolution of Latin America, right? And it was the first, I would say, first real revolution, with the American one being, not really a revolution. But, and I think that it's important to, again, that's just my own opinion, but I think I prefer to see it like that, right? Starting with IT, because that's where you actually have an immense transformation of society. Whereas in the American case, George Washington was one of the most wealthy people in the 13 colonies, so it benefited him regardless. Like, it benefited him more to have a country where he and his ilk could, be in control of everything. So, but this did cause a lot of issues, right? Now, if you know about the history of capitalism, you might know about the concept of enclosure. All right, I know I've spoken about it on this stream before. And to think this is all context to go back to watching the video, but I think it's important context. Enclosure is something that when it happened in England, right, created, right, the crimes of trespassing, poaching, loitering, right, these types of crimes that don't really make sense, right, because it meant that the land that which used to be held in common was now being made into private property as we understand it now, right? This plot of land belongs to Juan Delgado, right? And then this plot of land, so if you cross that plot of land, oh, now you're trespassing on his property, right? Indeed, it was a real revolution, just not a revolt or a counter-revolution like the American Revolution. Right, exactly. I mean, again, like, in Mexico, like when they talk about revolutions, they talk about Haiti much more than they talk about the United States. And I'm just putting that out there. Like they see that as, you know, like literally like against all the odds, right? Type of view, in some ways, but also this view that like you know, this view that says like you know, you don't have to be like the United States in order to deserve or to have freedom, right? So, um, what they wanted with this, you know, with the enclosure of, and as I said before, right, there were lots of village lands which were held in common, right? Is the liberals wanted, and the conservatives to a great extent, wanted to enclose those lands, right? Just to put them under a new type of, you know, to deregulate, right? To end the merchant monopolies, to end the guild privileges, right? Because this meant that. But okay, sorry. Like what? Well, not sorry, but one thing that I need to also know, just because I know the video is going to try to. I don't know. I actually don't know what the video is going to try to do. I know that there's something it could do, which is it could forget the fact that um, this divided up the economies, right, of Latin America, right? This caused economic problems because you were going from one type of society to another, right? Dispossessing hundreds of thousands of people. And not only that, but it was after a revolution, right? So all of the instability that this caused economically stayed with the country after it declared its independence, after it had won its war of independence, and therefore was already in debt, right? So we should keep this in mind as we keep watching this video, and then I'll give some more historical context, and then we'll keep going.
In Nogales, Sonora, the picture is rather different. Despite having a population that is 12 times smaller, it has 29% more homicides than St. Louis, which is the US city with the highest homicide rate in 2019. Most adults do not have.
Oh gosh, I hate, like, okay, one, comparing a city in Mexico to a city in the United States is just, don't. Another thing, to even begin to realize the fact that the violence that occurs on the Mexican side of the border is because of the United States is something that, you know, really, if you don't grasp that, you literally don't understand the relationship between, right, the people that live on the other side of the border, right? So I don't know. For me personally, I think that comparing, like saying this is more dangerous than this in the United States, it's in this context, right? Because, you know, the city I grew up in was the most dangerous city in the world, right? The most, you know, but it's not as though it's, you know, like that was used to you know, to shame our city, right? To show how, you know, how to dehumanize us, right? Very different material conditions, exactly, right? The side of Nogales where Mexicans live, right, on the Mexican nationals on the Mexican side, is there because of the fact that they provide cheap labor, right, for American companies that started maquiladoras on that side of the border, right? And yes, if you'd like to help me out in some way, you can always go to my Throne. I also have a Venmo, a Cash App. You know, you can also subscribe on Patreon, where you can get, you know, access to my writing on the history of many things that I can't say on Twitch, and you know, because it involves the letter Z, and you know, other places that start with the letter P. So, yeah.
Have high school degrees, and because of a lack of sufficient healthcare, mothers have to worry about high infant mortality rates.
But why is this the case? This is the issue with just doing this. Like if you're going to ask the question, why is Latin America still poor, but you don't answer the fact that the material conditions that affect the people that live there mean that there is not enough, like the disparity that exists in Mexico between the wealthiest 1% of people and the poorest is magnified by the fact that there are none of the social programs, there are none of the things which exist in the United States, which keeps its bottom line higher than most other countries, right? Whereas because of how Mexico is imperialized so deeply by the United States, it means that it can never quite provide that, right? Because it actually causes problems in the government, right? Because then they start to say, oh, it's too much spending. It's so sad you can't speak. Yeah, well, it absolutely is. I completely agree. A big part, in my opinion, was the drug war giving power to these cartels, like much of the Prohibition era. Right, exactly. Exactly. Like when yeah, I've heard that before. Jelly. What? Oh my goodness. Thank you so very much, Zedzir. Thank you so much for the subscription. Wow, 4 months. Thank you. Yes, by starting the drug war when I was growing up in Tijuana, all it did was make it far more violent and caused the estimated death of about 400,000 people, if I remember correctly, that have died since the beginning of the drug war, and 100,000 people about thereabouts that have been disappeared. So, yeah, bad, very, very bad. Again, people often don't hear those numbers, right? Because when the United States talks about it, it almost acts as though it's something natural, right? Like, oh, of course these things happen over there, right? But by definition, they only happen because the United States imperializes Mexico, but is also the consumer society for the products that the cartels, sling, right? And so, there are people that I know of, like, maybe I shouldn't even. I mean, I know one. I'll talk about one person. There was one person I knew who was disabled. They were a very kind person, and they made money by selling candy on the street. Right? If you go to Mexico, you'll see like little kids selling chicle. But he was older, right? So he would sell a bit larger array. And I remember the last time that I saw him before he was disappeared, because he gave us for the price of a few of the paletas that he was selling, he gave me and my parents the whole thing, right? It's like a whole like they're all stuck together and they go down in a huge line, right? And there's like 20 of them or something, and we paid for like 4, and he's like, you know what, you guys can take all 20 of them. I want you guys to, because we knew him, we spoke to him, right? And knowing that that was the last time I ever saw him before he was disappeared sticks with me to this day, because I felt so bad. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you do? What do you do in that situation? There's a kind person that is trying to make a living. Thank you so very much for the new. I'm not going to say any names because I don't know if people want to go by that name or not on stream. Let me know in Discord if you are in the Discord. Make sure to be in the Discord, please, because we typically. Oh, okay, Scribbles. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Please make sure to join the Discord. Every Friday we have our community night where we watch a film and then we do fun stuff afterwards. So again, for him to kind of say like, well, these people are uneducated and they're blah blah blah, it's just like, come on. It's acting as though, oh, we have the equality. I'm more than happy to support you there than here. Yes, of course, that's totally fine. Yes. Yes, so much of the issue of my immigration and border issues historically, again, we're talking about history here, has to do with big business dividing working class and middle class people apart from each other by othering each other as in illegal. Yes, that's correct. Because even under, I don't know if people remember, but once we interviewed someone, her name is Elise, who was very knowledgeable when it comes to law. And she even mentioned that according to U.S. immigration law, so this is a fact, the legal fact, there is no such thing as an illegal immigrant. Right? That is just a rhetorical device that is used by people, right, for nefarious purposes. And legal immigrants, yeah, exactly.
Running a business is risky, not just because of the high crime rate, but because owners will constantly need to bribe and maneuver around corrupt local politicians in order to stay open. By almost every metric, the citizens of Nogales, Sonora have it worse than the citizens of Nogales, Arizona.
Like saying this, oh, that this side of the magic line is people have it worse, and this isn't even Nogales. I can tell this is like Tijuana. Yeah, this is literally my hometown. So if you ever want to know what Tijuana looks like, it looks like this. We have the fence that you can see right here, and on the other side is usually like farms. Yeah, that building that's being constructed over there, I remember when they first started to construct that building. Now it's condos, apparently. I didn't even realize until recently. Why is it not? For some reason, Automod is not letting me post it, but I see your message, yeah. But I get what you're saying. No, I know. Yeah, for some reason it's not allowing the message. I don't know. Yeah, Automod is acting up. And so, this is what I grew up with, right? Yeah, it's still not letting me do it. So this is what I grew up with, right? Like I've mentioned before that, there were times when we had to go to businesses that were like right here, right? That were right next to the wall, to the fence. And I would wonder to myself, like, why is there a fence here? Right? Like why is there a need for a fence? Right? And in that almost, I'm really excavating my closet for my birth certificate. Oh yeah. I mean, it's always an issue too, especially if you want to, like, for those of you, I've chatted about this before. I'm maybe going to start a channel in the Discord. Probably I will, to talk about, if people want to relocate soon. So that way we can, discuss places and, things that are necessary, etc. Because, some places, I have some information, but it would be nice to have other people also, sort of share their information too. So, like, again, you have this very densely populated city here that exists, right, sort of at the behest of U.S. imperialism because of this magic line, right? And if you dare cross this line, it is the worst thing in the world, apparently.
So how can two halves of basically the same city be so drastically different? Well, it actually stems from and highlights a much larger disparity. Latin American countries are much poorer than their northern counterparts, but this was not always the case. In fact,
see, right here, right? Like, oh, they weren't always the poorer ones. Again, what are we talking about here, right? Like, when you're saying they weren't always the poor ones, which just sounds horrible to even frame it like that. Like, the point isn't for every country to try to strive to be the highest capitalist hegemon in the world, right? That isn't what people should want, right? But that's kind of what this framing does, right? That it's like, oh, if only they could be like the United States. And again, this comes back to what I was saying earlier, right? That Americans, early on in their history, thought that they could instill these values in Latin America because they viewed them as fundamentally different from themselves, right? They viewed that if they could instill those values, I'm born here, therefore I'm human. Right. Right.
For most of history, Latin America was the most valuable and sought after real estate in the hemisphere for both.
By whom? Okay, first of all, I'm just going to say one thing. To say that the indigenous people thought of the Americas as, good real estate? No, that's not how that worked. No, like, that's just... No, it wasn't lucrative real estate for the indigenous people. This is where the indigenous people are from, right? They're not buyers.
The indigenous peoples and for the early European colonizers. Northern America was sparsely populated by largely nomadic tribes.
See, okay, here we go. We already get into the whole, oh, well, America had no people in it, right? There were so few people. It's like when people call Haiti the richest colony ever, like, where was the wealth going? Exactly, same thing with Mexico. They're like, oh, Mexico produced the most silver. Where did all that silver go? Apparently it was causing economic crises in Europe, because the Spanish didn't know, lesson one of economics. They're just like, shiny rock, go up, stonks, that's all they thought about. It's weird, it was their land, right? And not only that, but it's like, this is based on this idea, right, that this here, right, that, oh, it was sparsely populated, most of them were nomadic, is a way to excuse, right, and this has been the case, historically speaking, right, to say that they didn't have the concept of property rights. But there were sedentary peoples all over the United States, right? So to say that, oh, everybody was nomadic or that they were mostly this, actually is belied by the actual historical evidence, right? That the Powhatan Confederation was actually not a nomadic one. That's why it was a confederation, right? In relation to the first English colony at Jamestown, right? It was a system of entrance into a tributary relationship with the Confederation of sedentary peoples, right? Those things are euphemisms for, yes, quote unquote, uncivilized and thus fair game. Exactly. And that is the language that still, and as we like, when we stop and I go back into giving more historical context, we will get into as well, right? Like how that is also used to frame in Latin America even later on.
With the huge and complex native civilizations residing close to the tropics. Even in more recent times, countries like Argentina, Mexico, Brazil, and Venezuela were all speculated to become global powers in their own right during the 19th and 20th.
No. This is the lie that, okay, look, even Bad Empanada did a video about this, okay? This belief that, again, this goes back to like what Jelly is saying about, it being so wealthy. Why was it that Mexico was able to produce so much wealth? For whom was it producing that wealth? That is what it is not addressing, right? So I guess we'll take a step back here and sort of begin to discuss the relationship between, and again, because I'm focusing on Mexico, it's not to decenter any other Latin American country, but to instead sort of give a case study, right, that can be understood throughout Latin America, right? Because especially in the beginning, the United States did not, it had the Monroe Doctrine, but it couldn't enforce it, right? The countries it could sort of interfere in and imperialize and do this sort of economic, the investments that they did were the closest colonies. Were the closest countries to it. So places like Cuba, places like Mexico, whereas Britain essentially held out until the end when in World War II, it feels like claims made by certain people to certain investors. Yes, it does. It does. It really does. I mean, that's the problem with this language, right? Is that it's trying to sell you something like, oh, look, if you would have just invested your money here, right, you would have made all this. Yeah, people that are not in the country, though, because the wages were kept low. Unionization was, not allowed, etc. But I want to go to the fact that because Mexico was so close to the United States, there were people who made money, right? Instead of doing investment in Latin America, as they would do later, is that they would do land speculation in the United States, right? So this goes very deep into the economic history as well. This land speculation, right, made a lot of people quite a bit of money. This is when you start the building of canals, right, railroads, etc. But there came to be strong economic motivations, quote, as I'm quoting now, from a scholar that Thomas F. O'Brien, right? And what he writes here, looking at my notes and everything, that quote unquote, there were strong economic motivations for Americans to question the ability or right of Mexicans to exist as a separate nation. So because of the capitalist interests, right, that they could have in order to, as Neil Wright says, right, speaking about investments, they began to question whether or not Mexico and the Mexicans deserve to exist as such, right? Should the Mexicans as a nation get to exist if we can make money off of it? And the answer for them was no, right? So that is the lead up, right, to the Texas revolt, right, the slavers' revolt, and then the subsequent American intervention. Let's see here. The colonists were heavily benefited by diseases decimating the native population spread by Spaniards, so the American colonists came to a land that was heavily reduced of its original population. Well, I mean, yes, that did occur. There was a time when diseases did spread very quickly, but I do want to stress that it didn't happen immediately, because a lot of people think like, oh, like the Spaniards arrived and then the next day there was like plague everywhere. It's that there were outbreaks in Europe, and those people came over to the Americas, right? Because now the trip only took like 3 months, right? So if they were asymptomatic or whatever it might be of whatever disease that they have, right, then they would spread it to people who were, so. What ends up happening is that the view that John Quincy Adams had of creating Americas in each of the new countries, Mexico, Argentina. I almost want to say that he probably didn't include Haiti in that. And I don't know, for some reason I just feel that. And the diseases did not spread by pure chance or by the whim of nature, if you will, either, right? In fact, we know that because of colonial mismanagement, particularly of water, right, is what caused a lot of diseases like cholera and such to happen, even in very developed places like Mexico City, because again, since they had it racially segregated, etc., it meant that even when people were in the Central Plaza getting water, they wouldn't, have the same standards of hygiene that they should have had. So Texas was, people know about Stephen F. Austin, right? And he founded was one of the largest landowners in Texas. In fact, I think he was the largest landowner in Texas, right? And he came at the same time when in the United States you have in essence, the United States investing in itself, right? This is where you have the building of lots of, as I mentioned before, canals, roads, etc., railroads. So that way, what's his name again? Sorry, I want to Google him. Who? The Stephen F. Austin? After whom the capital of Texas is named after? Stephen F. Austin. It's spelled with a PH, but I'll type it out actually. Yes. In fact, I remember when I took Texas history for the brief time that I lived in Texas, of being taught about Moses Austin and all of that stuff, right? Like, in a very positive light. But because, like, why did people support the slavers' revolt in Texas, right? This is a question that actually Texas history does not ever really ask. Why is it that people decided to become an independent country instead of either just becoming part of the United States right away, or trying to have some kind of whatever with in relationship to Mexico? I appreciate you. Oh, of course, of course. I'm always glad to share. Haven't heard of him before. I really want to learn more about Texas, of course. So positive. Yes, yes. He was afraid. Stephen F. Austin was afraid of losing because he was a land speculator, right? So again, he's the largest landowner in Texas. He's a land speculator. He was afraid that he would lose, right, in an economic sense, right, in a financial sense, I guess is better, by another company, right? Particularly ones that were backed in New York, right? So American money, right, that were backing these new, land owning companies, right, that were given land grants by the Mexican government. It is because he did not want to lose his preeminence in the state of Texas, and what is now the state of Texas, that he supported the war against, right, the revolt against Mexico. Of course, there were other reasons why this occurred. That being, of course, that they wanted to keep slavery, right, which is, another thing to keep in mind. But, he found his influence in Mexico City, right, being challenged by the Galveston Bay and Texas Land Company, right? So, after the Slavers' Revolt, as or the Texas Revolt, however you would like to call it, it's often described as the Separatist War, but, it was a Separatist War, I suppose. Yeah, the father of Texas, that's right. Because contact between Mexico and the United States, heightened, right, at this time, the United States and the racialist ideologies that existed, right, that had hitherto come to be, available in the world, one might say, began to think about Mexicans using that racialist perspective, because that was becoming the dominant way of thinking about peoples of the world, right? Like, until you have Gobineau and Herbert Spencer and, right, like the people that articulate these racialist ideas, only then can you really have it being instilled in society, right, so to speak, and then people seeing, So, this also gave way to seeing. Well, one other thing too, I guess I should also say, and I don't know, like, Jelly, if you're still in chat, I would be appreciated if you could also expound on this a bit too, was that this is also around the time when the old justifications for slavery in the United States sort of begin to wither away, and so they begin to employ the new ones, right, the racialist ones, right, and that also affects as well, like, their relationship with places like Haiti, right. So we were taught that they were like valiant knights when I was in school. Yeah, they weren't. Same thing with the Texas Rangers. They're literally committed crimes against humanity, as I would in my own, as I would say it, they literally created crimes against humanity, and war crimes. But that's me. That's me applying historical, interpreting historical things. So, because a growing number of Americans began to believe in the racialist view, so this was around the 1850s. This was between the 1830s, 1835, and 1846. So, or 1836 to 1846. So that decade. So at this time, this racialist belief, right, said that envisioned a humanity which had superior and inferior peoples, right? This is something that still is with us to this day, unfortunately. However, because of this, and the need to justify, right, their treatment of the Native Americans, or rather their mistreatment of the Native Americans, and slavery, which they couldn't do so on just religious grounds anymore, they began to turn to the racialist ones, right, which were developed in Europe and then spread to the United States. Although the United States later on went to add on their own stuff that eventually influenced the Europeans, is that because there. One thing I do want to note, though, and I want to make sure to note, is there was an abolitionist movement in the United States, right? Like, it wasn't everybody thought the same thing, right? However, one's convictions as to why they were abolitionists varied. But generally speaking, like, I'm not trying to speak about, a totality of the American people, right? Obviously, there were people that wanted it to end as well. But a growing number of Americans, right, began to see that they were part of something superior, right, to the peoples of Latin America, particularly because they tied themselves to this idea of the Anglo-Saxon race, right? This is just a historical, conceptualization of themselves, right? So because of that, they saw all of the other races that existed alongside them as being inferior to that one. I always assume that not everyone thinks the same in history, as much as it may sound like it when you're getting into it. Always got to be some kind of pushback. Yes, like, there were people, like, for example, like, there were people even in ancient Athens that were against even that form of slavery, not even chattel slavery, right? Same thing in other places too. So because of this, what you have is this idea of the Anglo-Saxons, which I've always found kind of weird, because the Anglo-Saxons are themselves a people that migrated to England, right? Like, yes, they did become the dominant, people in England, but they weren't, so to speak. But regardless, as someone that speaks Anglo-Saxon and reads it and has translated stuff in it, this weird fetishization of, like, Nordic, runes and stuff always is very strange to me. But it begins sort of at this time, right? Because they begin to see this distinction, right, between themselves and Latin Americans. This still exists to this day, right? This is why even if you're white in Latin America, you're not seen as white in the same way in the United States, because the belief that there was an inherent difference between those that were of Anglo-Saxon stock, as they would have said back then, and those that were Latin stock, so to speak. Some Canadians still consider themselves Anglo-Saxons. It's weird. Yeah, it is weird. It is weird to me, because it's part of this logic, right? That, like, if we are part of this, group of people that has a legitimate claim to England and blah blah blah, then, right, we are, because in fact at this time in American history there still was, in fact there were even people that said things like this, right, that America was another Britain, right, that America was England but better, right? This actually was a belief at this time. That England might have the Cotswolds and the and whatever, right? The Yorkshire Moors and all of that stuff, right? However, they would say that however, look at us. We have New England, right? We have Virginia. We have these beautiful places where people can actually have, their neoclassical, stuff like that, right? Um, so now seeing themselves as distinct, America is England, but better because at least our, well, yes, but how, the best foods in America tend to come from, the colonized and imperialized cultures within it, as it so happens. By the way, if people think I'm going too much in depth, please let me know. I mean, I do want to keep it. I'm trying to be particularly historical, so I do want to make sure. But America, hey, I'm from England, and I agree. America stole and actually used seasoning. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So because they saw the indigenous people and the African people as lesser than, America was just full of Britain's most insufferable people. I mean, you're not wrong. See all the people sentenced to exile to the U.S. as punishment for a crime than the Puritans. Well, there has to be a distinction made, though, because people often confuse the Pilgrims, the Pilgrim Fathers, and the Puritans. The Pilgrim Fathers that came here are more like what you're describing. People that essentially, were like the one, they tended to be poorer, right? They tended to be, hey, I moved to America. No, definitely not scripts. You are a bona fide Texan. As soon as you visit the, what's it called? The Big Texan in Amarillo, Texas. Louisiana carrying American cuisine on their back. I mean, you have to eat the 72-ounce steak in order to become a true Texan. I actually remember going there in the free limo that they have, that has the Longhorns right on in front of the car. Anyway. I also remember them having Texas passports there for sale, and I was like, excuse me, Texas passports? Like, you've got to be kidding me. But anyway. Because, again, the proximity of Mexicans to Americans, right, obviously, their ideas about, right, Latin Americans mostly were expounded upon, right, Mexicans, typically. However, it was also done so against Puerto Ricans and Cubans as well, but in a very different manner. And they viewed it, and I'm not going to say quite the language of this, but essentially they viewed Mexicans in particular as being a deficient in some way, right? Particularly because you had lots of admixture between the indigenous people and the African people and the European people, right? So they saw them as a race which could not be equal to the Anglo-Saxon one. And they saw as evidence of this the fact that there was not any stability in Mexico. And again, this applies to all of Latin America. Right after its independence, right? Like America, right after its war was done, it was like, it already had these institutions, it already had, right, its property stuff, everything was set, right? Whereas in places like Mexico, like a friend got mad at me because I thought she was Mexican, she was Guatemalan. Yeah, I always tell people, look, it's better to just, always ask, because again, in America, they love to just call everybody Mexican. Britain may have stolen delicious spices and stuff and not put them in our own food, but they sure do persuade people of these countries they colonize to come over and cook for us. Oh my goodness. Because they didn't cook well. Well, But the reason why I'm saying this is because then this gives way to the ideological backing for why they needed to take over Mexico, right? Because remember, I already mentioned earlier that there was a discussion, right? In fact, this actually was given the title of the Mexican question, right? It still exists, right? Just as there are other questions, right? There is the Mexican question, as they would have said back in the day. and in many ways still exists, was that should Mexico deserve to exist, right? They had already said no to that contention earlier, right? I already mentioned that. Now you have further justification for why, right? Why invading it and taking it over would be positive, right? So again, you have a nation that is going through unrest, and the belief is that by intervening and essentially taking it over and getting rid of the, essentially populating it with the Anglo-Saxons instead of the people that are there, that, then it will merit, right, the institutions and such that the United States sort of had at its independence. So there were certain, like, adjectives that I could say, right, that were used to describe particularly Mexicans, right? And usually they were, like, dishonest, quote unquote. Again, this is what they said. This is historical, right? That we were cowardly, servile, ignorant, superstitious, right? And these things still exist to this day. I got to admit, like, this still happens to this day. Like the superstitious stuff, like they love to put that in TV shows all the time. Oh, the Mexican mother that's like, super, super. However, when freeholders, that is to say, people that wanted to get the land grants that the United States would give to like homesteaders and such, right, but in bigger quantities, wanted to justify the conquest of Mexico, the union of slaveholders, right, so plantation capital, right, agricultural capital, and merchant capital, right, as well as, sort of land speculators, right, called for the Mexican, as they call it in the United States, the Mexican-American War. However, even back then, right, there were rules about war, right? There were, and one of the things was you could not put, and yes, if you'd like to support me in some way, you can always do so by going to my Cash App, to my Venmo, Throne, Patreon, or Substack. Any of those are greatly appreciated. So now you have these three particular groups working together. Now you also have them saying the Mexicans don't deserve to be a nation. We have the right to take it over, and we should start a war. And like I said, there were laws of war at the time, and they included things like not putting your armed forces, right, in a disputed area, right? Because Mexico said, fine, we will let Texas be free, right? We will let it be its own state or whatever it wants. But the border is going to be where the border between Texas and the other provinces, as they were called then, existed, right? Which was the Nueces River. The Americans didn't want that. They wanted it to be the Rio Grande. So that's where you get this, like, they moved the army in, they caused an incident that eventually caused an American to be shot, and then you have the famous, like, American blood has been shed on American soil, blah blah blah, right? This idea, right? So just as this war is getting started, that coalition of those three capitalist groups falls apart because they realize something that they kind of didn't realize before, which and that is that because now they believed in the superiority of the Anglo-Saxons, right? If they conquered Mexico, that means that they would have to absorb into their own, right, country, right? If America's borders were now to extend to Belize and Guatemala instead of just with Mexico, is that then they would have the people whom they have dehumanized and said are not of the same racial standard as themselves, right? And that is what made this coalition falter, right? Because they realized what would happen if they were to do that. So what also happened is that then this is what starts the end game for the Civil War, right? Because now they've conquered over half of the territory of Mexico, right? They've stolen it, right? Signed a treaty which they broke. I mean, that was broken from by the Americans instantly, essentially. Which in my view means that there should be some but instead of so because of the debates over slavery, they realized that if they took over all of Mexico, that meant that all of that territory would be below the Mason-Dixon line and the line in I forget the line in Missouri. I'm forgetting its name right now, but the line that defined where slavery could exist in the United States and couldn't, right? Because Mexico is, of course, south of the United States, it would have given undue, quote unquote, right, power to southern states, right, to the slaveholding. Even though Mexico already abolished slavery. Remember that. We had already abolished slavery, but they were still thinking, oh, but once we populate this place and restart and introduce slavery again, there's going to be a problem. So this caused the sort of endgame quarrels that led to the Civil War. So this ends up being the reason why, instead of taking a complete, so it abolished it in principle in 1810, but it was in the 1824 Constitution after. So there were multiple battles that took place, right? These different insurgencies, etc., right? That led to eventually the Spanish accepting, right, in 1821, Mexico's independence, right? But in the same vein, America claimed 1776 as its independence, right? When it declared independence, right? So that's when it starts. It doesn't actually claim when the British finally recognized them as independent in 1783 as the beginning of the country, right? So that's why I usually use the 1810 date for describing the independence of the country, because it's just to keep it all the same, right? Whereas, again, when you have the Treaty of Seville, which has Mexico as independent, already in principle, they moved to eliminate the Inquisition. They closed the Inquisition, thankfully. They also get rid of the legal statutes which uphold, right, the Sistema de las Castas, right, the racial caste system. Hello, Estelle. Welcome in. You came at a wonderful time where we're going into the history of Latin America, its relationship to the United States capitalism. And so what you have instead is similar story with IT. All the colonial powers just acted like Haiti was a real colony until the naval returned. Right, exactly. In Mexico, it's funny, though, because they kind of wanted to pull I understand that there is contention about this, right? But it is literally very similar to what happened with the island of Taiwan, right? Where the Kuomintang went to Taiwan and sort of took all of their stuff there and said, like, oh, we still claim all of the land of what was the Qing Empire, but even though the Spanish kind of did that, but on a micro scale, because there was a fortress called San Juan de Ulloa just off of the coast of Veracruz, which was the main port, and is the most Caribbean. It's like the Caribbean city of Mexico. The people there are called jarochos. And that's actually where, because of it was the main slave port of Mexico, meant that lots of the music and lots of the songs, etc., things like that exist in that region of the country, actually originate from, right, the slaves that were brought over. But like one of perhaps the most famous, Veracruz's Mexican Miami. In a way, yeah, it's kind of. I mean, I don't know if I would make that comparison, because Miami is I don't know. I mean, I've never been, but like everything I hear, I'm like, I don't know, girl. Like, I'll stay over here in LA, okay? But just but it being that one of the most famous tunes, La Bamba, without the well, I can't be. I'm trying to be historical, not political, of course, Jelly. Especially on Twitch, right? Um, so what you end up having, right, is see, now I lost my train of thought. Ah, yes, La Bamba came from the music of Afro Mexicans in particularly Veracruz. Now, there is a very interesting aspect where at one point there was a concession made. There was a concession made, right? I wish that I could play La Bamba, but there is no version that is royalty free. There was the Panama Railroad Company, which purchased in 1855 at the cost of around $8 million, which, again, that was a lot back then. I mean, that's like billions of dollars now, right? If it would have kept up with inflation. I've heard of this railroad, yes, because it existed prior to the Panama Canal. So it was, the boats go to Colon, right? Drop off their stuff. It gets put on the train, goes across Panama. In Panama City, you have the terminus, right? And then you have the other. I was just trying to start reading Discipline and Punish. Oh, nice. However, one thing that this did is that the treaty that gave him the land to have this railway made the territory known as Nueva Granada, right? Because again, this was before the different republics. I mean, this is how early this is. This is before the different republics of Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, etc., right, become each their own, so to speak, right? They still have sort of a union together. And then, even then, like, Panama was part of Colombia until very recently in history. It was the United States that, in a sense, invented or created Panama. So, because of this, this meant that New Granada time, right? Exactly. This meant that the United States had to intervene a couple of times, just a few times, to ensure, that business went down as usual, right? Typical. In the lead up to the Civil War, right? So the Civil War actually alleviated a lot of the problems that Latin America had with the United States because they were too busy, at home. But Americans who used the railroad and ended up living there, right, too, were content with the fact that effectively. Oh yes, we will get there. Trust me. The Banana Republics, that is coming up very soon. Because a lot of people know the United Fruit Company, but they don't know the companies that became the United Fruit Companies, because it actually was a conglomerate. So United States Marines, right, were sent to what is now Panama, right, to defend, quote unquote, the white settlers. And indeed they were settlers, right? They viewed this land that was now under American supervision, under American control, as being a colony. And as we will see, or as people might know, right, the Panama Canal Zone was an American colony, to the point where, what's his name? Who's that person? He died. He ran against Obama in 2008. I forget his name. He's like from Ohio, or no, not Ohio. He's from somewhere out west, somewhere on this side of the country. He's from not Utah. What's his name? The guy, he was Republican and ran against Obama in 2008. His name escapes me right now. But he was born in the Panama Canal Zone, which meant that he was born a U.S. citizen. John McCain. Thank you so much, Estelle. John McCain. Yeah. For some reason, I just couldn't I had John, but I was like, I don't know the surname. I don't know the surname. Mike Gravel. No, no, no. It's not Mike Gravel. It's John McCain. Um. So. So he, even though he was born in the Panama Canal Zone, that was officially American territory, and in fact, the full control of the Panama Canal did not happen until the year 1999. So almost everybody here in chat, right, in both chats, right, and also make sure if you're on YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe, right, if you haven't already. I really want to get to 500 subs soon. But also, if you'd like to help me in some way, you could always do so by going to my throne and contributing to the funds I have there. Now, what this meant, though, that now you had white American settlers in what is now Panama, is that then they began to regard the Panamanians, right, in the same way that they saw the indigenous tribes in North America, right, in the United States, right? So when he talks about the like nomadic, right, tribes, etc., right now, that is how they began to view. I mean, not so much about them being nomadic, but like the discrimination, right, the racist things that they believed about indigenous people, they then placed upon Panamanians, right? So again, create wherever they went, right? They created a system where they were always at the top, right? And everybody else would be racialized. And Jody Melamed's book, Represent and Destroy, is actually a very good book to read about this, right? Because she talks about the concept of racial capitalism. And one of the things that I would like to, at some point, do a stream maybe about something conceptually, would be something like that, particularly in that the ability to racialize is power itself, right? And I think that that's a very important thing to keep in mind, because it's not the ability to assert one's identity, rather the ability to create said identifications in the first place, right? That is power, right? And I think that that is an important thing to keep in mind because of how it works within capitalism. There's a debate clip of Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan talking about giving back the Panama Canal, right? Because in '79, which is the time period you're talking about, Philip, is right at the time when they were going to give it back and own it 50-50, essentially, right? As a condominium, as it would be considered under international law, right? As they did own it, as the United States did keep hold onto it before it gave it back fully to Panamanian control in 1999. So it was in '79 when they were debating, should we even give it back in the first place, right? Later on, what you have is competition, right? This is the late 19th century. This is the era of what people like to call, right, classical liberalism, right? The age of where fortunes can be made and lost, right, very easily, where many people can be left destitute for just because of some bad investments that someone else has, right? And so, to answer a quick question, just because I know sometimes people might ask, how many settlers from America came to Panama? It was about 500,000. So it was quite a lot of people. I mean, considering at the time, we're in the 19th century, the population wasn't that big, right? So they represented a majority in that zone that they had control over, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind, right? They did that specifically because they wanted to have that type of relationship. Yeah, 500,000. Snakes and ladders. Indeed. So because of this, Cornelius Vanderbilt, right? So now we're getting into, the robber barons, right? That the true Gilded Age, right? Said that, you know what? I think that I have a better idea than having the train across Panama, right? So he instead was given secured a concession in Nicaragua, right, which led to the establishment of the American Atlantic and Pacific Ship Company. Now, what this allowed, right? So this was to build a canal. It was never built, right? Remember, like a few years ago, there was like a Chinese. They made a big deal about a Chinese billionaire that was going to make like a canal going across Nicaragua, right? And they were afraid about the environmental impact because it was going to essentially make their large natural freshwater lake, right, become brackish possibly and become polluted. So he was given a concession to build a canal. It was never built. Instead, he used the rights to create another company, right, that essentially would have stagecoaches, right, on one side of Nicaragua, and then would race you across to the other side of Nicaragua with all of your stuff. So again, we're still very much in the 19th century. This is 1849. But the important thing was that this was linked to American capital, right? So you're seeing the influence of American capitalists, right, on Latin America. And also right now is about to start an ad break. If you'd like to get out of it, you can always subscribe for free using your free Prime subscription on Twitch, or paying $6 and being able to get out of the ad break. So, because of this, this new transit system that was created, that was quite fast, right? It allowed for it actually was very fortuitous in one sense, right? Because it was done in 1849, right? I don't know if people know what happened in just around that time that led for its success, but it became very successful because of the California gold rush, right? And Nicaragua was closer than Panama, right? It's closer, right? Like if we look at the map right here, right? Panama is down here, Nicaragua is up here. So if you're coming from the East Coast, this is a faster way to get to California than going down here and going up this way, right? So it's all about efficiency, right? The Department of Government Efficiency, as they would have had it back then, right? So, what ends up happening is that there is a civil war in Nicaragua, right? Again, these wars are not uncommon in Latin America because there is a people legitimately, right, wanting to, and again, I'm not saying that they were good or bad. Instead, I'm saying that their concerns were, should we be a conservative country, right, with an established church, or should we be a liberal democracy, right, and instead have a secular country, etc., right? Like these were things that needed to be answered, right? So what ends up happening is that in a really weird way, there was a man named William Walker. Now, I don't know if people know of this story. If you do, you can put a 1 in the chat if you know about the story about William Walker and what happened in Nicaragua. But essentially, he was paid by the Vanderbilts. He was actually paid by not by the Vanderbilts. He was referred to by the Vanderbilts, but he effectively became a mercenary for the liberal side, right? The big L liberals in Nicaragua, right? To fight against the conservatives, right? However, and also he was pro-slavery, right? Because this is before the 1860s, right? It's before the 1860s. So not only was he able to oust, right, to get rid of the conservatives that were in power at that time in Nicaragua, right, in 1849, in 1850, right, he was actually able to install himself as the ruler of Nicaragua. So this has happened multiple times in Latin America, even in Mexico, where Baja California, they tried to make it into an independent republic at one point by Americans that tried to take it over. It didn't work though. So what ends up happening is that Cornelius Garrison, who was the mayor of San Francisco, who had his fingers in many, many pies, so to speak, um, gained control of the transit company. Oh, the conservatives, I mean, there wasn't a lot of like very big ideological differences between the liberals and the conservatives. One of the main like the main divisions were, should we be a federal, or like in Mexico, should we be a federal state, right, or a centralist state, or like unitary, right, state. The other thing was, should we let the church remain as an established church, right, or should we have a secular country, right, where education is separate. Particularly education was one of the things that the church wanted to keep its hands in, right? But if we were to have secular education, then it would be in the hands of the state, right? So it was questions like that, right? To what extent, and there was also a question of land too. Both of them, and to some extent, agreed on these things, right? Particularly when it came to dispossessing indigenous people. But one of the things was that the liberals wanted to get rid of all of the special, the holdovers from colonial times, right? That allowed for the church and, people that held royal monopolies of the time, right? To essentially have vast tracts of land that, in their view, right, would be better if they could have it on the market, right? So it was, to what extent do we want to have, the traditional structures from the colonial period stay with power, right? So what in effect happens is that William Walker made himself, how much land was held by the church? Quite a bit. I mean, I think in a second, in like at one point there were certain areas where like 1/10 of all the land would belong to the church, because it wasn't just the churches, right? It was also like farms and other things too, right? That then provided for the funding of the church, etc. So like there were periods of time where it went up and down, etc. But you had some periods where it was like 1/10 of the land, right? For example. But the main thing is that like if you lived in church lands, right, and you were a peasant, you essentially were never going to leave, right? Like that was it. Like that was your entire life. So that was why some people said it would be better if instead we sold it all off, because then we would have more, private industry, right? Private property. William Walker, when he took over Nicaragua, however, wanted it to become a slave territory. Remember, these countries had, Latin America had already, most of Latin America had already abolished slavery. He went there at the behest of the liberals and then sort of went over their heads and took over Nicaragua. And then, because now he had ties to the interests of the, capitalists both in San Francisco and in New York, he wanted to convert it into a slave territory, right? Because it's very much south of the line, right, that divided the area that could be slave states and the ones that could not, right? So, so Mr. Garrison gets the transit company during this time, and he's very happy that he got rid of the Nicaraguan government, right? He would rather deal with another American, right, who essentially is going to let him do whatever the hell he wants, right? As opposed to the legitimate government of Nicaragua. What ends up happening is in 1856, the Vanderbilts get back the transit company, right? So remember, they founded the transit company. Now they lost it for a little bit, and now they got it back, right? So, a lot of stuff that's going on. This ends up becoming, and I kid you not, where Morgan of J.P. Morgan fame, right, and Garrison end up being creating their own civil war, I'm not even joking. They create their own civil war because they want, like, they both want, right, to have control over, right, essentially the future of this potential colony in essence, right? And so because, of these turn of events, they wanted Walker to get rid of the concession, the land concession, right, the rights that were given to the transit company, right? Once they knew that that the Vanderbilts were going to have it back under their name, they wanted to go and essentially pull the rug out from under them, right? So again, this started essentially a civil war that was funded on both sides by different capitalists in America, right? I keep picturing Mr. Garrison from South Park. I mean, it probably an accurate depiction. So Vanderbilt joined the enemies of Walker and had him ousted of power. And although, you want to know what's really weird though? And I find this quite strange, right? Like, this is what kind of gives away the kind of game that historically, right, the United States has played with countries like this, right? The President Franklin Pierce, right, actually recognized the William Walker's Nicaraguan government as the official government of Nicaragua, right? He actually did that. So it was this weird thing when he gets ousted, right? That now, now you don't have the recognized government of the United States, right, technically in power. But it was taken out of power by a United States capitalist. So, however, because he was pro-slavery, William Walker, not Franklin Pierce, because he was pro-slavery and wanted to turn Nicaragua into a slave territory, that meant that now that the anti-slavery legislators, right, rulers in the United States, were, having their own period of power in the United States, it meant that the United States did not intervene on his behalf, right? Otherwise, who knows how Nicaragua would have ended up? Because literally, again, they wanted it to be like, an extension of the South, right? But because you had the debate about slavery in the United States at the time, again, historically speaking, this meant that the United States never sent him any aid, right, to keep him in power. So that's important to keep in mind. One thing, though, is that you almost hear nothing. I know. Pierce is one of those presidents that kind of gets away with stuff, right? Because they never really mention him. But he did some messed up. Just this alone, right? He knew that it was some mercenary, essentially, that was running the show. And that it, was meddling with different capitalist interests, right? And it caused a civil war where both sides were American capitalists, right? So the frontier hypothesis as well comes to play in this too, right? Like William Walker going to Nicaragua and taking it over, right? People when they invade Mexico, etc. It's this weird belief of the frontier hypothesis, which is constructed by American historian McManus, I believe, actually McMahon, that says that by going out into the quote-unquote wilderness, right, that is where Americanness is sort of made. Right, it is made by purifying yourself, quote unquote, right, and going out there and conquering nature, etc. Right. I think Barbara Bush was related to him. Maybe I wouldn't. Considering that they're related to the families of that time period, it would make sense that there's at some right. So. What this ends up happening is that the expansionist United States, right, policies that they wanted to do essentially come to a halt, right? Like with William Walker, that's kind of like, that blows out the candle for U.S. expansionism in Latin America, at least as, in this time period, right? So um, what ends up happening is that the liberals end up winning in Latin America, right? And again, there wasn't that much of an ideological difference between the conservatives and the liberals. Most of it was based in, which families they were, because that also told you what type of capital they owned, right? Um, and not only that, but the conservatives, when they were in power in various countries, already began to implement the policies, economic ones, right, that in effect were liberal ones, right? That is to say, yeah, funding both sides of a civil war is pretty. Yes, I think so too. I think so too. One thing to keep in mind, though, and Estelle, I think this might be interesting to you, is that neither one of them wanted to expand suffrage. That was one thing they agreed on. The conservatives and the liberals. They did not want more people to vote. They did not want to grant political rights to the masses. So that is something, again. So the programs to commercialize agriculture, right? So this is when you begin to have like cash crops really being grown in Latin America in the way, right, outside of the colonial period, right? And begin to encourage foreign investment, right? Imperialism. So because of that, one thing I want to also keep in mind here is that we have to remember that the liberalism that was installed, or that came about in Latin America, is different from the one that exists in Europe and in the United States, right? Because of the different material conditions. Yes, the liberals won. Yes, they believed in this and very similar values, but the implementation and how they viewed how those values should exist were very different. So going back to the video.
Centuries. In fact, by the 1950s, Venezuela was undergoing an economic boom, the likes of which Latin America had never seen before. In just a space...
See, like this is, again, another thing. This boom was based on oil, right? Like, this is the reason why for Chavez and Maduro, right, when they were getting lots of oil revenue, right, it was easy for them to give out all of the stuff in their social programs, right? Which doesn't make them socialist, right? It doesn't make them socialist. Social programs do not make you socialist. Libraries are not socialist, right? As such, right? All of that stuff, right? So by highlighting this, it's actually showing that these societies were heavily unequal for the reasons that I'm describing with the historical context, right? I know we're kind of behind in the historical context, and that's because I want to be thorough, right? To make sure that this is explained, right, at length. But also because you can see that the meddling that happens in Latin America, the fact that both factions want to allow for foreign investment, et cetera, right? And that America takes advantage of the fractures in different countries to do so, right, is an important thing. Al Capone wasn't a socialist, right? Exactly.
Of 30 years, it had become the third richest country in terms of income per person. This was a result of the...
See, saying this about income per person, this is the same thing with the United States, right? Like, this, very, very few people were very, very wealthy. And so that artificially drags up the income per person, right? It's the same thing with Argentina. Argentina did not used to be almost one of the richest countries, and then declined, right? It's been in decline ever since, right? It once had a period of time where, because of, contingent factors, right, the large land-owning aristocrats, essentially, but capitalists, right, were able to be very important, gain lots of money. And so on paper, right, the way how it's presented, it makes it look like Argentina was, very, very wealthy. But it wasn't, right? Like, it wasn't industrializing at the rate it should have been. It wasn't, there were many, many problems. So, except for that was too bridge. Oh, I see.
discovery that Venezuela was essentially floating atop a sea of petroleum, the largest such reserve in the world, dwarfing those of the US, Soviet Union, and even Saudi Arabia.
See, this is true as well, right? Venezuela has the largest reserves of oil in the world. The difference why the United States, however, does not try to, is willing to embargo and instead focuses on Middle Eastern oil is because, one, Venezuelan oil is very difficult to get, right? You have to drill deep into the seafloor in order to begin drilling and extracting the petroleum, right? Whereas in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf countries, the water there is very shallow, because there used to not be water there, right? It's become a gulf over time. So, in fact, that is why, those plants and stuff that became the oil, right, were there in the first place. So, what you end up having is the fact that the Middle East oil is easier to access, and therefore it's cheaper to drill and to move, right, because of that reason. So that's why people often say, why, like, often people will say, oh, America says it's energy independent, why does it care about the Middle East? Because, one, oil prices are dependent upon oil production in the Middle East. Two, because the capitalist industries, right, like ExxonMobil, Chevron, Royal Dutch Shell, BP, Total, etc., right, they all depend on the cheap production of oil that's very close to the surface in the Middle East, right, as opposed to having to pay a higher price, right, even though there are more reserves in Venezuela, right? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. I hope people are okay with me, going really in depth into the history stuff. I really want to show, right, that this interventionism and the imperialism is something that goes back quite a bit, like the oil sands in Canada, which are hard to extract the oil from. Right, exactly.
With the end of World War II, the demand for oil steadily skyrocketed with the explosion of the car industry and a blossoming of global economic trade, and Venezuela was at the forefront to benefit from this commodity boom. And for a few decades, it did, growing by over 800% in just 50 years. But as we now know, Venezuela is an economic calamity.
See, this is what it always goes to. Oh, now it's an economic calamity. No. It's an economic calamity because the United States has an embargo on it. If it was allowed to trade with the world equally, right? If America truly was free market, right, then it would be a different story. But when you have an embargo by the largest nation, in terms of capital in the world, right? Same thing with Cuba, right? Like Cuba, if it had every country in the world, every single year, right, with the exception of perhaps a certain, a country in the Middle East and maybe a country in the South Pacific will vote against, right, the ending of the blockade against Cuba, right? Because America has it so that if a French ship wanted to go dock in Havana and sell and, put their wares there for sale, then they cannot go to an American port, right? In depth helps paint the big three-dimensional picture. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Yes, I agree with that, very much so. So, saying this is oh, it grew 800%. It grew only because of one commodity, because of oil. So that means that most of the people that made that money were not even people living in Venezuela, right? It was the investors elsewhere. Right, again, as we are sort of seeing in the historiography here, right, we're also seeing the fact that, again, saying it's an economic disaster now is not understanding it within the conditions which it exists in, right? But Saudi Arabia is stopping using petrodollars for other currencies. Soon the dollar will be toilet paper. So people say. So people say. Although there are some people that say that the petrodollar never existed in the first place. So, you know. Hello, Powerful Finger. Welcome in. Welcome in.
In fact, Venezuela experienced the single largest downturn of any nation's economy in modern history.
Like, again, if you do not place this in the context in which the embargo, right, the blockade happened, right? One, its economy, as it was back in the 50s after World War II, it remained so even in the 90s, right? Was almost entirely dependent on oil revenues. That's the reason why you see this, right? Like, oh, millions of people have fled the country, hyperinflation. It didn't just happen because, reasons, right? No, it happened because the United States put a blockade on the country and ceased to buy its oil, and it could no longer sell its oil on the global market, right? It was already set up so that there would be, right? Like, you already had just an economy that did have lots of social benefits, but they were predicated almost entirely on oil revenues. So as soon as that goes, right, it just harms everybody.
Millions have fled the country, and hyperinflation has rendered the Venezuelan currency more worthless than toilet paper. Venezuela might then seem like a unique case, but it's not. Most Latin American countries have failed to live up to their economic potentials since they gained their independence. Yet South America is, by a geographical standpoint, better off economically than North America. And
what does that even mean? Geographically speaking is better off. Like, I don't know what does that even mean? But again, like, this idea of like expected economic whatever. Venezuela also have problems historically not having a diversified economy. Exactly. Right. Chavez came to power after food riots and yes, exactly. When oil prices fell. Again, this is why, like, the country, I mean, this is why, for example, when the sanctions against Iraq, right, were placed, particularly on the oil industry, right, which made so much of Iraq's economy, that is what, in effect, right, just demolished the chance of Iraq to have, right, for those 10 years, from 91 to 2001, right, and thereafter, right, to even have anything resembling normalcy, right, in terms of access to food, access to other products on the world market, right. More access to natural resources. IDK, you could say the same for Africa. Yeah, that's what I think they mean too. Sounds like they did to Chile under Allende. What do you mean Chile under Allende? They said the intent was to make Chilean economy scream. Oh, you mean under Pinochet, right? I think Chavez made a great mistake not developing petrochemical industry like Brazil, for example, adding even more value to the raw materials. Right, and also, again, tying all of those social benefits to oil revenues, right? Like, because at the time, oil prices were very high, and so, but as we've seen, right, like with the pandemic, etc., that, things can change very, very quickly.
as we discussed before, the differences do not pertain to culture. So then why is Nogales, Arizona so much better off than Nogales, Sonora? Why is Northern America richer than...
See, like, framing it this way is just bad because, again, it's acting as though they had equal chances, right? That they had an equal chance to both become, essentially the world capitalist hegemon when they didn't. Right, not having the military firepower. Right, exactly. Like, I apologize. I think I mentioned before, like, this is why I like physical books, because staring at screens eventually starts to get to me. But regardless, and this is Tijuana too. This is the bullfighting ring, actually. And this is the playas de Tijuana, the beaches. There's actually a really good restaurant over here called La Casa del Mole. I used to love going there when I was a kid. Oh, this is bringing back memories. But you can see, like, here are people live, right? And then here they have a little park, right? It's called the United States-Mexico Friendship Park. And it's the only part of the border that, like, lets you touch people, like, where you can, like, put your hand through. And so there are people who, because they can't come back to Mexico or their family can't go to the United States, will often come here, and that's the only place where they ever get to, like, hold their hand, or try to give a type of hug, right? You know what I mean? And it always made me feel very sad, because it felt like we were imprisoned, right? Like, that's kind of like when I looked at it, when I saw it, it reminded me of like a prison cell, right? That, like, like someone bringing over your family member to your cell, and you having to only talk and have time together through that, right? Um, and stuff like that is just as it is. But I'm Chilean, and the Yankees did not like when Allende. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, that is one of the things why right now the United States and Canada want to kick out Mexico out of NAFTA 2.0, right? Or TEMEC, as we say in Spanish, right? Because I'm Mexican, right? So the reasoning why is because, essentially, since Mexico does not want to privatize, right, certain industries, like the energy industry, right? This means that, or the energy sector, they say that that's wrong, right? We have one of those here in Washington State with British Columbia. Yeah, yeah.
Latin America and not the other way around. With the European discovery,
Trump wants to impose a tariff on Canada and Mexico. I mean, he wants to impose a tariff on all imports, which, again, if people don't recognize what that is that means you will have to pay more for foreign goods. And most of the goods that the United States has available for its people are indeed foreign. So,
of the New World in the 15th century and the vast potential wealth it revealed, one such expedition by Spanish navigator Juan Diaz de Solas forever altered the history.
It's not Solas, Solis. Jeez.
Of southern Latin America. In 1516, he sailed into a wide estuary, disembarked from his ship, and claimed the land for Spain, naming the river that flowed before him Rio de la Plata, the River of Silver, in reference to the significant quantities he had found the locals to possess. The Charruas and...
Like, again, like, see, this is one of those things, too, right? Where it's like Rio de la Plata, right? And then, like, in Mexico, we have a city called San Luis Potosí, right? Potosí is a city in Bolivia, what is now Bolivia, that is known for its silver mining. And San Luis Potosí, which is also, the first part of it is actually named after the French Saint Louis, the Saint King Louis the Ninth, right? And then it's Potosí, right? So it's St. Louis, right? Like St. Louis in the United States, right? Potosí, right? That it is tied to that place in what is now Bolivia that is known for its silver production, right? Or for its silver mining. Yeah, but 25%. Yeah, that's way too much.
The Kurendi, who were both hunter-gatherers, occupied either side of the river and met the foreign invaders with hostilities. And as a result, shortly after...
See, okay. Let's see here. You have the most amazing metro rail in the Americas? Oh, in Santiago, you mean? Good luck putting tariff on Mexico when so much product are relying on Mexican labor and, yeah, Mexican products, yeah, for sure. Like, I always hate when they're like, oh, and they met hostility by the indigenous people. Well, yeah, because they were kind of colonizing, like it's not like they were there to, like, make friends, right? To have a tea party with them, right? Like, I just hate this framing that one removes the agency of the indigenous people and also just paints them in this very one-dimensional way, right? That they're just Well,
After his arrival, the Solas was clubbed to death. Not discouraged and hungry for the spoils of the land, Spain sent out another voyage with the intent to colonize the area. In 1534, the colonists led by Pedro de Mendoza founded a settlement on the land that makes up the modern capital city of Argentina, Buenos Aires, which directly translates to good heirs. Unlike many of the lands to the
I mean, you can say good airs, but I mean, you could also say winds because that makes a bit more sense sailing wise. If he makes an argument about the Spanish settled colonies leaving them backwards, then he would explain Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore post World War II becoming right. I mean, that's essentially what this argument is, because it's the argument from Why Nations Fail. Like, it's literally just that argument all over again. It's almost like the countries who were chosen, yeah, exactly, chosen by imperialists to grow, exactly, right? Like, acting as though Latin America had some kind of like equal relationship, right, with the United States, right, when its capitalists, right, did not have, right, the amount of destruction and debt, etc. That for one, the United States didn't have to take upon itself so much debt because the French took on so much debt for them, right? Um, but still, the point being that like this belief that everybody in the Americas had an equal shot at becoming the most civilized, quote unquote, developed country, quote unquote, right, is like is misunderstanding. We have a PUD, Public Utility District, here in Grant County, Washington. We get to vote for the PUD commissioners who run our PUD. I think this is more logical than having Enrons. Oh yeah, I believe that. Saudi Arabia started exporting oil in the 1930s. And not only that, but like it was up until 1971 that Britain guaranteed, like people love to talk about the petrodollar and all of that stuff again. But it wasn't until the 70s, really, that you actually had the British pound, right? The British no longer have that influence on the oil market in Saudi Arabia. Because after that, then the United States sort of takes over as the hegemon in that area.
North and in Africa, the climate here was temperate and very suitable to European habitation. However, the settlement was soon after abandoned. See, the settlers and conquistadors that came to the New World came looking not for a new home, not for good heirs, but for treasures, riches, and human labor. The true.
See, look, this is literally okay. This is literally Black Legend stuff. One, the people did settle because there are people of, there are people of European heritage that lived in all of the colonies, right? But like the fact that they see, this is what I don't get, right? It's like there was an abandoned settlement in Virginia, but they don't view it in the but yet when they talk about Jamestown, right, they see it as a direct link to the Constitution, right? When they're saying this, though, they're saying it because again they want it to be that the peoples in this land, right, that were not settled by the Europeans, even though it was perfect for them, apparently, means that they only got used to this kind. And this is the same thing that says in Why Nations Fail, that the English colonies had yeoman farmers, and the Spanish colonies had these like indentured servants, essentially, right? And so like this is why, I remember this was spoken about the Dominican Republic, right? I forget who it was that was talking about this, but like essentially saying that like Dominicans love having bosses, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? Like saying Dominicans or any other people of Latin America like having bosses, right? But it literally was their justification for why some people would prefer a dictatorship, right? It was to justify, right, the Trujillo dictatorship and U.S. intervention by saying, well, they like having someone tell us what to do, right? And in this case, it was specifically talking about Dominicans, but can also be more. It's a huge pressure on Quebec to privatize hydroelectricity. Yes, it sounds intensely racist. It is. It is intensely racist still. That's the point. Like that's the reason why. Like when I was talking about the lead up to the expulsion of Mexican people from the United States, which is a historical, thing. The second operation, which is Operation, it has a racial slur, so I refuse to say it. That Trump says he actually likes it. He knows about it. He likes it. He says that's what he wants to implement. Is that you in effect have people trying to say that Mexicans, right, that we are inherently made, quote unquote, right, for the type of jobs that they employ us in, right? Like, oh, we have the fruit picking gene, right? And so it is racist. I mean that's kind of like it's a huge makes no sense for Mexico to kick Mexico from NAFTA when it's the most successful thing we've done. Well, I mean, the issue being is that Mexico is wanting to put some controls, like price controls, etc., on certain things, and that goes against the spirit of NAFTA. NAFTA point two. Yeah, Roanoke. Yeah, I know.
Buzz and Kurundi were nomadic, in fierce opposition, and refused.
Let's see here. I don't understand how the pound is worth so much. So, well, the reason why it is stronger is just because, again, they have the longest, right, imperialist relationship with the world, right? Like the City of London and all of that financial stuff, right? Even though the quality of life for British people in general has been going down because of neoliberalism, the reason why the pound still has this, strength vis-a-vis the dollar is because it still is, right, one of those places where imperialism, right, is essentially the main thing it does, right? And it's been doing it for the longest time. In the Time of Butterflies gave me goosebumps and made me tear-red. Oh, the film? Oh, okay. Strong currency as such, I mean, it really depends. I mean, there's a reason why countries that are imperialized want to have weak currencies, because then that makes people want to invest in them, right? But it's just, Singapore was a British port and shanty town in the 1960s, right? And in fact, it was actually kicked out of the Union of Malaysia, right? So, like that's kind of why it became its own country, was literally because Malaysia didn't want to have it in part of its country. Nobody can tell me Latin America is underdeveloped because of the backward social relations the Spanish monarchy implemented. I mean, you're right? That isn't why, but the W word, yes.
Used to give or trade goods to the Spaniards, even when captured. As a result, the settlers grew hungry, as they did not anticipate the necessity to grow their own food. The land ultimately lacked what the Spanish desired: silver to extract and native labor to exploit. In a desperate last-ditch...
What? That's... It's see how this is framed? Oh, the people that they were attacking did, like, even when they were captured, didn't want to trade with them. So it's, like, they don't have to. They don't have to. Excuse me, casual scholar. Indigenous people never had to treat the Europeans in any kind of politely, in any kind of way. They had the right to treat them however the hell they wanted. If they didn't want to work for them, that's not something that's bad.
The colonies sent out expeditions in search for a more suitable land to conquer. One such expedition, led by Juan de Ayolas, traveled up the Parana River in search for the source of silver they found the natives to possess. They stumbled upon the garage.
I don't know how much the ratio of a single unit of currency of a country versus others matters if we're looking at other factors. Well, right. Like, that's why I said, like, the currency itself is related to to financial capital, right? To finance capital, right? Which is separate from everything else, right? Like, it's kind of like the U.S. It's kind of like people, like, I guess people can see this more when it comes to, like, the stock market, right? We know that the stock market is like a completely different planet from, everyday America, right? And yet still people will try to act as though the stock market doing well means that everywhere else is doing well, right? And we know that's not the case. right? And that's because of the financialization that happens under, neoliberal imperialism, right? So it sounds like coercion. So yes, so there is a disconnect. Yes, that you're rightfully identifying, Estelle, between the international, stock markets and finance capital, and then every other form of capital, right? Like, etc. So there were forces in Haiti who were they had semi-feudal relations. Well, there's someone in here that's a historian. They're a historian in or definitely are very well read and very knowledgeable in the history of Haiti. I don't know if Jelly is still in chat. Perhaps they're not, but they would be a good person to discuss about Haiti itself. Kennedy even pulled out aid when the landowners pushed the current dictator to not let foreign corporations buy up the land. They went back to Nixon when there were insurgencies and needed help. Interesting.
People who, unlike the Chiruas and Kurundi, were sedentary and agrarian, and as a result already had an established hierarchical system with ruling elites that presided over the excess resources. Ayolas instantly saw the opportunity before him. The Spanish quickly overran the Guarani, founded the town of Asuncion, which would later become the capital city of Paraguay. The conquistadors
Actually, I don't like, right? I hate the fact that he's saying, like, well, see, they already had a social hierarchy. So it wasn't bad that they installed themselves at the top of that hierarchy because it already existed, right? Like, yes, Powerful Finger was talking about Haiti, that they had semi-feudal relations into the mid-50s and 60s. That Haiti had feudal relations until the
forcefully married into the Guarani royal family and placed.
Okay. Okay. Forcefully married. There were large landowners who were renting land for cash crops like coffee and sugarcane. Yeah. I mean, I know, I understand what you were saying. That's what I was saying. Like, oh, if you would like to know a bit more, right? That would be Jelly would be a good person to discuss it with, right? Like, because I know that they know the history of Haiti very well, right? So that's the only reason why I said that. Like, how can you say this? Oh, they forcefully married into the Guarani royal family. That's like, imagine saying that about like Europeans, right? Like, oh, like this, like the Habsburgs forcefully married into the House of Windsor, right? Like, it's just, I know, it's ridiculous.
Themselves as the new elite of the already established social hierarchy. They modified the systems already in place to demand tribute and forced labor. The rest of the population.
See, like, that's the thing, is that this simplification actually does not take into account the fact that that is not the case. Why? Because eventually, when the Sistema de las Castas comes in, all indigenous people get put down, right? So it's not as though, oh, we're just the top of the pyramid and everyone else is everyone else. No, they make it to where with intermarriage, etc., right, make that distance between the indigenous people and themselves, right? So that they can deny them rights, and so that therefore they can deny them. You know what I mean? So, like, to say that, oh, well, the system was already there, and they were so, intrepid thinkers that they were just like, why don't we just, put ourselves at the top of this? And it's justified because, oh, well, the indigenous people already had it, right? No, that's the position of the indigenous people worsened, right? Even if it didn't happen right away, in any particular moment. Like, for example, in Mexico, there was because the colonization was so early on, you did have such a large resistance and an empire that had its own aristocracy, etc. there were people that were recognized with, as being, so to speak, nobility, right? Indigenous nobility, right? However, that didn't mean that they had it necessarily any better than anybody else, right? Instead, what it meant is that for a while it benefited the Spanish Empire, they would give them privileges, right? That then later on they could easily take away, right? So.
And Buenos Aires quickly moved to the new town, and herein lies the root strategy to Spanish colonization and later the Portuguese. They sought out indigenous peoples that already had established social hierarchies so that they could forcibly place themselves atop said hierarchy and utilize and modify existing systems.
I've already said this, but it's just like, as if somehow it's justified, even if it was the case, right, that these systems existed. This is like giving them a pass. Well, it already existed, right? They just had the ability to put themselves at the top, right? And so, no, that even in societies where that we understand there had to have been a social hierarchy, there wasn't one built on race, right? Or on the place you were born, or on the lack of Jewishness, right? That's one of the things that you're kind of missing in this description here. It's looking at Spaniards, it's just
of exploitation for their own gain. In essence, the more advanced and populated a native society was, the more desirable and easier it was to exploit. But what Aeolas did in Paraguay was...
How? If it's more populated by indigenous people, how is it more easy to exploit? How? You can't just say that. How is it that Mexico, which is very densely populated, as opposed to Argentina, which is at that time was very sparsely populated, how is it that somehow Spaniards can exert more control in a place where there are more indigenous people than in a place where there are less indigenous people, right? Or rather that they're more scattered around. That's him not addressing why they wanted the indigenous people, right? And what ultimately, and also he's also denying up until this point, right? He said there was no settlement. There was settlement. Buenos Aires and Asunción were founded by Europeans, right? The first city founded by Europeans in the Americas was Santo Domingo, right, in the Dominican Republic, right? That was founded by Christopher Columbus's son in 1489, if memory serves me right. I could be wrong, but he's removing the Europeans that did settle and did begin to go and cause issues with the indigenous peoples. But by focusing, I guess, on Argentina, because it didn't have as much of a strong, development, because since they had so much open land, they were able to do kind of, just a different relationship. Makes me think of the book King Leopold's Ghost, where local African nobility were begging Europeans to stop kidnapping and enslaving people. Yeah. Purchasing power parity, yes.
Just a copy of much more bloody and significant conquests to the north. In 1519, King...
Why was it more bloody? This is the thing, right? It's people take the conquests as a given, right? It happened. Why? If the Spanish wanted gold, if the Spanish just wanted labor, it didn't require them to completely colonize and, in some cases, extirpate entire peoples, right? So that is the question that still remains. You can't just say, oh, well, this was more bloody than that was, right? No. Why did this have to happen in the first place, right? Same thing with the British colonies. Why did they take upon themselves a different model than they did in Spanish America, right? That needs to be addressed. And which, we've gone over it a bit, but
Montezuma, who, against the advice of his own counselors, welcomed Hernan Cortez into the Aztec Empire's capital city of Tenochtitlan. He was immediately...
Okay. There were people in his council, that said that it would be a bad idea to just let him come into Mexico, Tenochtitlan, right? Because this is what Mexico City used to look like, right? Now this is all gone, but this is the Zócalo, right? And this big rectangle here on the right is the National Palace where the president resides, right? And here is where the Metropolitan Cathedral was built using the rocks of this here. And the Spaniards drained this entire lake, Lake Texcoco, in order to, I don't know, for fun, I guess. Is that this isn't addressing, right, the fact that Hernan Cortés already had many peoples who were, again, upset with, the fact that they were tributary states to the Mexica, right? And that wanted to, now that they had an ally that could put up a resistance and possibly win against the Mexica, right, were threatening to, to take over all of the Mexica lands, right, all of the Aztec lands. So inviting him over, right, regardless of the fact that there were some people that objected to this, was a way to try to find a diplomatic solution to what was going on, right? That's what isn't really right. Like it's like this is almost to make him seem like, oh, there was something about him that because he invited him in, like almost as if it was Montezuma's fault for letting him in, right? But it's like he wanted to negotiate. He wanted to, okay, fine, because again, they're not expecting for a literal apocalypse to happen, right? By the Spaniards, conquering all of Latin America, right? So that is another thing to keep in mind. And also this idea that the Aztecs thought that Hernan Cortés and them were gods is not true. It's just, and we can go into that in another stream. Yeah, he was so naive. Yeah, exactly. He was so naive. He was so, it's very much in the tradition of the why am I forgetting it? The noble savage, quote unquote, right? Right, like that's kind of how they want to paint Montezuma, right? That he was very naive and he didn't understand the Machiavellian stuff because, well, he's not European, so how would he ever know about that stuff, right? It's like it doesn't make any sense. But instead, what you have is showing you that the indigenous peoples in the Americas had things like laws of war, right? Rules of engagement, so to speak, right? They had rules of diplomacy, of all of these things, right? That show that they weren't just some, you know what I mean? Like that's one of the things that tackling this particular part of the why is Latin America poor and America rich, right? Is that it comes by the erasure, the effacement of all of this history, right? Recently saw a picture of the early United States and how much it's worth in Spanish milled dollars, just like this, with dollars in all caps. Yeah, well, dollar was first used in Spanish currency, but it's because of the Habsburgs, because that comes from tala.
Immediately captured by Cortez and his conquistadors, where they used him as a hostage to gain access to all the treasures in the city, where they melted down.
Again, he wanted to negotiate. He wanted to have a peace treaty, right? He said, "Fine, you want to have these lands? Fine, we can negotiate." Right? That was the whole point. He even let Hernan Cortés stay in one of the palaces, treating him like, in a way, even higher than status than he actually was, right? Treating him as though he were an emperor, right, on his level, right? So yes, it is that he was so naive, and Hernan Cortés tricked him into blah blah blah, and But then it also feeds into the black legend as well by making the Spanish conquest of Latin America seem worse than what the English did, right? All of the colonizing powers were horrific, All of them. There is no one that is more bad than the other, right? They all did horrific things, right? We might look at specific events and say, oh, well, this was bad, this was bad. But this idea that Spanish colonization was bad, but English colonization was not as bad, maybe even good, which is kind of the thesis of a lot of these, Latin America poor, United States rich. Why? Is that, again, Montezuma wanted to establish peace, right? He didn't want to have to go to war with the Tlaxcala, with the other peoples, as well as the Spanish. So he had him in a palace. The Spanish instead kidnapped Montezuma, and there's famous paintings of like them putting literally his feet to the fire, right, like torturing him. But the point being that they kidnapped him in order so that they could force the hand of later Cuauhtemoc, right, the last emperor of the Mexica, to essentially give up, right, which they did because they have the emperor, right? They have the emperor kidnapped, and they were not willing to just like, who cares now, right? They were willing to uphold, right, these diplomatic rules that the Spanish didn't care about, right? This belief that the Spanish were these beneficent, well-educated, law-abiding citizens, right? Same thing with all the Europeans, right? Is not the case, right? Any time that peace was extended, any time that these things like this were occurring, the Europeans did not care because they were there for conquest. They were there for conquest. They didn't have the same ones, right? Interesting. I didn't know dollars has the... Well, yeah, they didn't... they weren't necessarily the same, but yeah.
Priceless Aztec artifacts into gold bars to be shipped back to Spain. In just 2 years, by 1521, the entire mighty empire fell to the Spaniards. Then Cortés started to divvy up the most valuable resource of the New World, the native population, through the institution of encomienda. The encomienda system essentially was a grant given...
Like, look at this. Like, it's like not even, like, even... Once the conquest of Tenochtitlan occurred, they didn't have to keep, quote-unquote, conquering everything else. They gave up. They were willing to surrender, right? They didn't... It was when they had to go fight other nations, right? Like the Zapotecas or the Huatescos or whatever, like different other peoples in what is now Mexico, right? That is where they had to continue doing warfare. But for the Mexica, once they had given up, they gave up everything, right? That was the thing. But also the encomienda system, it's like, yeah, so because I never heard of, yeah, exactly.
By the Spanish crown, allocating land and that land's population of indigenous peoples to each conquistador, for which they would extract labor and tributes. This system was the foundational institution for which the conquistadors ruled and exploited the native populations. The entire system was built to bring the living standards of the indigenous peoples to just above survival, so that any excess production was to be taken by the conquistadors.
This reminds me of another colonial people that also try to measure how to keep the indigenous people just above survival, so that excess production can be taken by them. But regardless, this, again, the encomienda system, the seigneurial system, right, which also the seigneurial system was also replicated in Quebec, but in a different way because it was based on French laws, not Spanish laws. So these estates that existed, the encomiendas, right, were given to military persons, right, like the conquistadors. I mean, but another thing too is that this form of labor, right, was to the point where it completely dehumanized the indigenous people, right? Like they didn't care about, they were only numbers on a ledger, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind, right? It's not as though the indigenous people here are being, now they're being integrated into Spanish society. No. They're being exploited as, and they don't matter as such, right? So
one by one.
I wonder if the Swedes in New Sweden, before it was New Netherlands and New England, were any different. They were the same, because remember, I mean, like we can even look to Denmark, right? If we just go over to Denmark, right, which had like the what is now the American Virgin Islands, right? It had slavery there, right? It did the same thing. Um, yeah, it is vastly ignored, right? The seigneurial system, which I've always wanted to go a little bit more in depth about, because I find it very fascinating, but because it is related to, right, because it is related to continental law, right, as opposed to like English civil English common law, right, and their view of property.
These incredibly advanced and huge native empires were destroyed, divided up, enslaved, and drained of resources. A decade after Cortez's conquest of Mexico, Francisco Pizarro began his journey to not only utilize.
Like, think about the fact that the Spaniards themselves, right, arrived to Tenochtitlan, the largest city in the world at the time, larger than any city in Europe, right? A city that had indoor plumbing, right? That had the management of wastewater and of fresh water, right? Like, and for them to be like, let's make it worse. like like let's literally make it into like, because that's, I mean, again, that's, if you don't emphasize the fact that they drained the lake, they destroyed El Templo Mayor, they destroyed all of, they essentially burned down all of the libraries, right, destroyed all of the written works, because anything that wasn't useful to them they didn't want to keep, right? It's an absolute tragedy.
But to perfect this strategy of conquering, on November 15th, 1532, Pizarro and his fellow conquistadors laid a trap for the Incan.
Okay, this there is actually David, I believe, David Miano, he's already gone over this to show that this story is not as it's presented here. It actually was very different. Different in a very important way.
Emperor Atahualpa and his army. The Spanish slaughtered 2,000 Incan soldiers with devastating efficiency and captured Atahualpa. They then tortured him and other Incan elites, demanding rooms to be filled entirely with gold and silver and all the riches at their disposal.
How is continental law different than British law? Well, one is that continental law is based on like Roman law, and also on the Napoleonic Code as well. So, like, for example, like I can give you one quick example, right? In England, they had the concept of primogeniture, right, which stated that the firstborn son, right, inherits 100% of the father's property. In France and in Spain, etc., right, they had it so that all of the brothers, right, all of the sons would have their lands divided equally, their father's holdings equally, and then they would then each be given their own estate. So that's a huge difference, right? That's the reason why the stories of aristocratic families on the continent, right, that eventually become essentially destitute, right, is more common, because, right, like, as the generations go by, right, the land holdings get smaller and smaller and smaller if you don't make them bigger, right? So I know that there was a clash where French Canadians had lands in strips and the English had lands in squares. Yes, and one of the reasons why is because when the French claimed land, like particularly like what was called La Nouvelle France, right, or New France, they didn't claim the land, technically speaking. They did, but they did it in a very different way. They claimed wherever this water of the river, right, of the Mississippi, wherever the water touches, we claim that, right? And so because they did it in this, like, based on rivers, that's why the lands typically, both in Spanish colonies and in French colonies, tend to be based on watersheds, right? In fact, even the land grants, the Spanish land grants that are still, that you can still see today at different universities, libraries, like at the University of California, San Diego library. There's a researcher there that he actually will show up in court because sometimes there are land disputes to this day. And the boundary of the land is based on a Spanish land grant, right? Because that's how, and it always took into consideration watersheds. Same thing too, where that would happen. Yes, yeah, it was divided amongst his sons, whereas in England it was always the firstborn son, right? That's the reason why, like Henry VIII,
eventually burning them all alive, even those that satisfied the initial demands. Again, after conquering.
So again, like this idea that the Europeans were these like, human rights, right? That they brought civilization, blah, blah, blah. They didn't. Like, even when they were like the Mexica, the Inca, etc., all these people were willing to be diplomatic with them. They didn't care. They wanted to completely terrorize the population, make it forcefully submit, and then enslave them, right? And it really wasn't until Bartolome de las Casas said that it's wrong to enslave indigenous people that you get the unfortunate switch. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, later on, Bartolome de las Casas does see the error of his ways, but it's already too late, where they decide to stop enslaving the indigenous people and instead decide to import African slaves, right? The tradition is that the oldest takes the estate and you send the second son to join the clergy. Yeah, no, it's like, that's the reason why, like, most of the people that, like, back in the day, right? Well, I mean, not even that far back in the day. Like, it's actually pretty recent in British history, particularly English history. This is why, like, the sons that go off to college are not the ones that need an education, right? The ones that need an education are the ones that need to start a business or need to join the army they're always the second, third, fourth. They're always the not first son. The first son has it, he has his life set, right? He's going to inherit the estate and get the land rent and blah, 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 right? So if whatever he wants to do with that, everybody else though, they got to go get a job, right? So that is where, right, the boarding schools of Eton and Rugby and Westminster, etc., right, all of them, they all, again, most of the people that go to like Oxford and Cambridge, they're not firstborn sons, they're secondborn sons or thirdborn sons, right? They are those who will not inherit the estate. But because they are still the sons of wealthy people, right, they want them to be part of the civil service of the country or join the military and become an officer, right, or something like that. So, or the clergy, as Jelly rightly notes.
The mighty empire, each conquistador would be granted an encomienda, for which they would replace the former Incan elites and enslave the population. But eventually, an even more pernicious form of population control was enacted, and it all had to do with a single mountain high in the Andes of modern-day Bolivia. In 1545, Diego Gualba was in search of a shrine deep in the Andes when he was pushed to the ground by a strong gust of wind, right within eyesight of a huge exposed deposit of silver ore. Word got around, and soon it was discovered that the mountain was basically made of pure silver. It had so much silver, in fact, that for 2 entire centuries, the mountain would produce 80% of global silver, making it the single richest deposit in all of human history.
Get a job or get married off to an heiress. Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate, actually. Well, later on, like in the later 19th century and the early 20th century, that's why you get the dollar princesses or dollar. I forget exactly what the terminology is, but where the aristocracy, right, because over time, right, they've been kind of displaced by the bourgeoisie, right? You have people that have noble titles, and have beautiful homes and such, but they don't have money, right? So then they have to marry American heiresses, right? And this is when you start getting the dollar princesses coming over, right? And Henry James is probably one of the best writers of this, right? Like like if you read like The Golden Bowl or Portrait of a Lady or something like that, or even The Ambassadors, right? Like a lot of it is there's a rich American heiress, right, with lots of money and from a good family, but she needs to go to England, right, to sort of marry into the aristocracy, and the aristocracy wants her because they need her money, right? That's pretty much how that works. And yes, the city of Potosi ends up changing many things. Some people say that it was a curse that the entire mountain was made of silver, but the other places being San Luis Potosi, Zacatecas, also places where silver was also very important.
As a result, the city of Potosi was founded at the base of the mountain, and its population exploded to 160,000, making it larger than either Venice or Lisbon at the time. In order to fully utilize the mountain's insane deposit of silver, the Spanish needed an insane amount of labor. Spain sent out the chief.
I mean, they didn't have to mine all of the silver, right? Like that's one of the things. Like this is what leads to Spanish hyperinflation, right? Right? Like this is what leads to the economic crisis, right? It's like Spain starts to just bring in more and more and more silver. And this is the problem that a lot of people don't get about economics is that line go up is not good, right? Like it just going up constantly doesn't like same thing with like accumulating capital. If you keep getting more, it's not positive, right? Like at some point it has to be quote unquote corrected, right? Old titles getting married to new money. Yes, exactly. I think that what's it called? Oh gosh, what's the name of it? A very good book to read that sort of shows the sort of different social classes of England and how they relate to like it shows kind of like the the older aristocratic families that are sort of able to indulge in art and in music and literature, and then it shows the bourgeois families, right, that instead have to are all about making money and investing and all of that stuff, right? And there are different values, and then the sort of proletariat that sort of or the people that want to become like maybe petit bourgeois but are proletarians at the time, or are in this very strange state sort of in between where like they want to appreciate art and they want to have access to those things, but they are subject to the whims of the bourgeois families, and that is the book Howard's End. It's a very beautiful book by E.M. Forster. It's one of those books that I think ranks, in my view, ranks up there in one of the most beautiful books.
Colonial official Francisco de Toledo to try and solve the problem on how to mobilize such a massive labor force. After 5 years, in a survey of the entire Incan adult male population, he set in motion a series of policies and institutions that have scarred the people of Peru and Bolivia to this day.
This is the reason why, like, this view that, oh, well, it happened so long ago, right? Why should people be given reparations because the trauma, the effects of everything that occurred and the benefits that the colonial countries still have to this day, that they have been able to make, I mean, again, reading Eric Williams's Capitalism and Slavery, like, essentially the Industrial Revolution couldn't have happened without all of this labor. Same thing with, like, the foundation of the formation of the beginnings of, like, capitalism as we know it, right? There's a book called Creando un Nuevo Mundo, literally creating a new world. And it's talking about how it's in the Bajío, which is the main part, the central part of Mexico, right? That, like, because of the silver trade, because of XYZ, right? Like, all of these institutions that are founded, that you begin to see the foundations of modern capitalism, right? Not a mercantilist one, but like the one that we kind of understand as existing, right? Yeah, I heard a story in a radio play. The resources are not theirs anymore to recover, right? I mean, again, like, they've already made all of their money on those investments, right? They've already built all of their beautiful buildings with marble and with stained glass and with gold and etc. But the people who are still affected by having to have worked, and even to this day are still affected due to the imperialism of the West, they are the ones that instead are forgotten, seen as less than, dehumanized, and never given a chance to exert themselves, right? Never given a chance to actually have their demand for justice heard, right? And it's just honestly, it's terrifying in some senses, but
First act was to move the entire indigenous population of the former Incan Empire into a small region stretching from Cusco in the north to Potosi in the south. Within this region, the population was to live in cities called reducciones, or reductions in English. From here, Toledo modified an existing institution called mita, which was used by the Incan elites to force labor on plantations.
The diamond as big as the Ritz, 1922. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. When they see, this is another thing where they're saying, well, see, they had this social institution, the mita, that essentially was like the type of conditions that they subjected the indigenous people to, and that isn't quite the case, right? That's one of the big problems with this video, is that, and with a lot of these explanations, was that it was sort of labor that you had to contribute, but that was also part of your tribute to the empire, right? Like, it wasn't just like, oh, enforced labor, like what the Spanish did, right? Where they just made you an indentured servant, if not a slave, right? It was a period of time where you had to, again, give your labor to. I recommend the novel Bark Skins by Annie Proulx for a historical novel about the history of the logging and the settling of the Canadian forest, my bad, by French Canadians via the seigneur settlement system. Ooh, if you're in the Discord, could you please put that in general? Like, I would, so that way I don't forget. I would be fascinated to read that.
However, Toledo used the new mita
Yeah, the reductions does sound ominous. It does.
system to drastically increase the exploitation of native labor. 1 in every 7 males was to work in the mines of Potosi, in which a total
Look, well, look right here, which a total of 3 million would work and hundreds of thousands would die. Bro, like, come on. That is not at all comparable to the mita system, right? Like, that's the same thing when they say, oh, well, they saw this hierarchy and just put themselves on top of it. No. They saw that the Inca already had a system where people felt that had an obligation to give some labor, right? And they exploited that to create slavery. I would like to see that in the Discord as well. Yes, please. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
of 3 million would work and hundreds of thousands would die.
Yeah, it sounds like a Trail of Tears because they also forced people to move out of their, indigenous homes, right? Like where they lived, and forced them to be between the gold mines of Cusco and the silver mines of Potosi. Right? Like, oh, we're literally moving the people just to where they are to be used, right?
Potosi would mine so much silver that at the time it was likely richer than Madrid itself.
See, but saying this is acting like, oh, it's richer than Madrid. The people that have the silver, though, is not everybody in general. It's a very few Europeans that are at the top of the hierarchy that get to trade the silver, right? System was very different as well. Some tribes, it was a matriarchy and there was some kind of direct democracy. Right, exactly. That's the reason why, like, saying, like, it's part of this, and, oh my goodness gracious. Oh, welcome in, Talorgs. Welcome all. Welcome streamer. Welcome raiders. Thank you so very much for the raid. I appreciate it so very much. So nice to see you, Talorgs. I hope that you're doing well. I hope that your stream went well. Oh, welcome in, Vitingale. Welcome in, Talorgs. I appreciate it so very much. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. It's good to see you. I hope that we can speak sometime soon. We haven't had one of our wondrous chats in a while. And yes, welcome raiders. Please make sure to follow, if you haven't already, our wonderful friend Talorgs, who does wonderful content about Christianity and debunking it. And also, does good Bible man impressions. But besides that, but also is just a really awesome person. And do make sure that if you would like to, make sure to follow me here on Twitter. God, my mind's already gone. Here on Twitch, and to make sure to refresh so that way you can get counted as a viewer. Yes, we need to plan that soon. Awesome. I look forward to it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Bible man. Yes, welcome Raiders, welcome Raiders. So, what we're talking about right now is me sort of going over the history of why this video that tries to argue that because Latin America, since we didn't get colonized by the British, that's why we're poor, essentially, is kind of the point of this video. So,
But this wealth did not fall on the indigenous, but to the conquistadors and those back in Spain. This great lust
again, so that means it wasn't richer than Madrid, right? It just means that some people just had a lot of gold, and the vast majority of the people that live there, because Peru and Bolivia are the two nations that actually have a majority indigenous population, are the ones that, the indigenous people didn't get to see any of the benefit of that, right? They were forced to move into horrific conditions and forced to work to a point where, I mean, again, let's put this in perspective. They say up to 3 million people, right? That's a lot of people, even for back then. Like let's think about the 16th, 17th. That's a lot of people, right? Even now, that's a lot of people. 3 million people, right? A tenth of Canada's population is working. And over 10% of that population perishes because of the work that they're doing. Right? Do you still have a Twitter? I don't. I don't have a Twitter. I have a Blue Sky, though. Shakespeare.bsky.social. You could follow me there.
for wealth by the Spanish enabled systems and institutions similar to Mira and Encomienda to spread all over the Spanish colonial territory, from the southern tip of Argentina all the way up to California. The Spanish utilized...
Okay, I know this is like a minor point, but the conquest of the desert, as they called it, in Argentina actually didn't happen under the Spanish. They actually couldn't really hold the territory of the most southern part of the southern cone, because the resistance was very high, and also because some of these areas were quite arid. So
these systems to extract as much from the indigenous populations as possible by expropriating land, forcing labor, setting huge taxes, and paying extremely low wages. In the end...
Wow, it almost sounds like the United States. No. There's some great interviews with the author too. Oh, awesome. So again, the people that benefited were a very small percentage, and as that population did grow with immigration, right, a certain subset of that population, right, that was the criollos, the ones that were born in the Americas, they are the ones that led the independence movement, right? Yes, they abolished slavery. Yes, they abolished the sistema de las castas. However, they still remained the people in power, right? So they kept themselves at the top of a hierarchy, which they only got rid of the highest part, right? And in which both the conservative and the liberal side did not want to expand the suffrage to include all people, right? Based on racialist ideas, right? Like, this is one of the things, too, where later on in this discussion that we're sort of going into, there is a point where the Latin American, people of European descent, the white Latin Americans, they begin to view their own societies in a very similar way how the United States sees their societies, right? Like, they don't like Latin American societies in America. The Latin American white people, they don't like their own societies, right? It's this very weird thing, but and yes, if you'd like to help me out, because I really, really would appreciate any help I can get, you can always do so at my Cash App, Venmo, Throne, Patreon, or Substack. So, going back to this, right? So now we have the transferal, right, to the liberal system, right? Now, what ends up happening is that the liberals, in particular, right? So some of the things that that the liberals right? Well, particularly the proponents of liberalism in Latin America would have said that would have sounded very similar to what was in the United States and in England, right, and in Europe, of course, would have been that they promoted, right, constitutionalism, right, having a constitution, having it be this important document that is sort of the summit of, of the expression of their of a nation's rights and duties, etc. Individualism, which again, that's something that's instilled from because of liberalism, right? And the free market, right? Because again, one of the things that a lot of the liberals want to do is to expropriate the lands from the church and from these large colonial landowners that used to have lots of land and put them on the world market, right? Or to start to develop certain industries, right, that then they can sell on the world market as well, right? And to, in essence, also be able to exploit the labor that they have, So, what in Mexico happens is we have the guerras de reforma, right? The reform wars, which ends up in the 1850s, right? Culminating in 1857, but where you have Benito Juarez, who institutes these laws, right? And it's actually in a constitution. It's actually one that's still studied by jurists, and even when I was studying constitutional law, and I still keep up with it in of Mexico, it's still one of those constitutions, like the 1824 one, the 1856 one, or 57 one, and then the 1917 one. Those are like the big three, right? That you have to know, because they enumerate different things, but most importantly, like this constitution and these laws that were passed at this time were the ones that did place the land that was held in common in villages, right, to get rid of its collective nature, right? It essentially put the lands that once were controlled by peasant villages, right, that they held in common, and land of the church, right, so the farmlands that the church had, right, on sale, right? Like now they were on the open market. Now this is what allowed for a lot of people to become dispossessed because of the fact that the peasant villages, right, were in effect reduced to just the property lines, so to speak, right, of each home. But their subsistence agriculture was predicated upon them having land in common. So now, is Ciudad Juarez? Yeah, it is named after him. Because he actually fled there during the French intervention when we had a Habsburg emperor. That's where he fled with all of the documents, as they love to say. So because of this, again, he expropriated these lands from the church, from the Catholic Church, and from the villages. And now said now you have to buy the property, right? Everything is a question of private property now. And even though Latin American constitutions writ large, right, do speak about individual rights and got rid of the tribute systems, right, that we were just hearing about right here, they didn't really liberate the indigenous people, right, nor the Afro-descended people, right? Like that's something that really needs to be stressed, because when they say, oh, they got rid of the indigenous people having to pay tribute, yes, they didn't have to pay tribute anymore, but they didn't exactly get, any other social benefits, right? That should have been given, right? So it was not liberating for that. And this is also because, even though the criollos, right, who had led the independence movements, would say that they hated Spanish colonial rule and the systems that existed during that time, they actually ended up recreating some of them again, but just with them at the top, right? At the top of the social hierarchy. So this is why, again, a lot of the hope that people had, right, and I think Like the fact that like Bolivar, right, who's often called the liberator, right, didn't want to abolish slavery, right, is one of those things, right, that sort of comes back to haunt Latin America. Um, Moreover, is that the expropriation of the land from the churches and from the peasants ended up benefiting large landowners. Which, of course, like if you put stuff to for sale, right, the people that have the money first, right, they're going to be the ones who can buy it. And so this meant that haciendas, right, which are land estates, right, kind of, like I always like to compare them to the ones in England, where they have the country house, because the way how they show them in American cinema and American TV is like, it's like it's always El Chapo or something. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. It's not that. They pre-existed all of that. So what ends up happening, particularly in Mexico, but throughout Latin America, is that economic growth is mostly spurred or brought forth by way of giving. Oh, thank you so much, Neo Riot. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that for the 101 bits. I really appreciate that. And so, in essence, the very monopolies that they wanted to get rid of during the in the wars of independence was recreated by the new liberated criollos, right? The new bourgeoisie. So, if so that survived and actually grew in the 19th century to some extent. It actually grew larger than it was during Spanish colonial times. But that's neither here nor there. However, because the tribute was dispensed with, right, and we can look at an example like in Peru, right, where they often will call this a head tax, right? This is in English, right? This also existed in American history, which was abolished in 1854 in Peru. Instead, what you have is that they just created new taxes that were just as bad as the head tax, right? And said, oh well, you have to pay them, right? It's like, oh well, you're no longer paying a tribute. Now you're a taxpayer, right? So again, it was disproportionately affected towards the indigenous people, and also in places like the Southern Cone, like Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, right, even southern Brazil, that did not have large landowning like haciendas in the same way, the issue of the control of labor, right, who is in charge of the labor force and who can mobilize it, right, became the central question in their national disputes, right? So very often what you have in Chile, for example, is you have the system of inquilinaje, right, which is service tenantry, right, which is, if you're a campesino, if you're a peasant, right, you get it's essentially just like being a tenant farmer, right? That's essentially what it is, right? But instead of getting necessarily money, you get services, right, that are provided by the estate that you work on, right? So again, it's not exactly the same, right? So it still leaves you in many ways attached to the landowners, right? It's not a liberatory way of doing it. Yes, you do get to, as it were, rent the land out and it's yours, quote unquote, right? But it's what you're doing is subjected to your relationship to the owners of the estate. One other thing too is, like, in the 19th century, you have this very interesting sort of decline of this figure that actually becomes very popular right at the turn of the century, right? The gaucho, right? I was actually reading a really interesting sort of paper the other day that was talking about that there were Jewish gauchos. Oh, yes, if any more unique gifters cheer over 100 bits or activate a sub-event of any kind, a hype train could start. for our hardworking historian host. Oh, thank you so much, Vigo, for having that. I appreciate it. And so what ends up happening is that in Argentina, they like in their legal system, they made it so that gauchos essentially couldn't do what gauchos do. They literally like made being a gaucho illegal, right? Which is funny because like now gaucho is like very much identified with Argentina as like a natural, thing, but they they actually would sentence them to labor, right? If they still lived in the nomadic way that the gauchos had lived, right? So if you became sedentary, so to speak, right? If you went to the towns and started working, right? That's one way that you could avoid being arrested, right? But if you decided to still stay in the way how you were raised, right? The way how your family has lived for ostensibly hundreds of years, right? You could be sentenced to work at like a cattle ranch, right? And to do the work there for nothing, right? It's like an indentured servitude, right? In the estancias, which is another way of saying like haciendas. So as I was saying, the white European settlers in Latin America, they began to see themselves, right, especially with this new like liberalism taking hold, as they began to see themselves as, and sort of what I mentioned earlier, as these people that essentially raise the culture up, right? That they were the ones that sort of brought about progress, right? Brought about essentially everything positive, right? Like, oh, everything, it's kind of like that thing, like where we're like, oh, I made a meme where you're the Virgin Wojak and I'm the Chad Wojak, right? It's like they literally did that, but to themselves, right? They like, Rancho is like Vaquero. It's similar. It's similar. Not exactly the same, but it's very similar. Very similar. Whereas, and so they began to see themselves as civilizing forces, right? Like because they're Europeans, right? But they still had to contend with the fact that in all of the countries in Latin America, you had large mestizo, that is mixed race, peoples, and also indigenous people, right? Which they saw as, by definition, lower than them. So again, you have the United States, as I mentioned earlier, seeing itself above Latin America as such, right? Then you have the whites in Latin America seeing themselves as above, right, the indigenous and mestizo and black people in their own countries. So you can see how these things coincide, right? However, what does end up happening is that because of this, the laws that are created around this time in the 1850s, 1860s, right, sort of going towards the now heading towards like the time that the United States is going through its Civil War. As much as they want to say that that they put policies, right, that put stuff on the open market, right, free market policy, blah blah blah, they actually created more ways, right, to essentially make the disparities of wealth, right, expand to a rate that had not even existed in the colonial period, right? So now you had people that were infinitely wealthy and the people that had to work the lands, right, essentially being, for all, in all but name, indentured servants, right? And what this also caused is, of course, what I've already kind of mentioned, is that they kind of just reimagined different ways to have indentured labor, right? That's what kept on happening, right? And so this speaks to the fact that in Latin America, the people who were at the top of the social hierarchy did not view that our countries, right, were made out of people who were equal citizens, right? Neither did they have that in the United States, right? Because it was usually, and in both places it was racially based, right? The only thing was is that the United States also thought Latin Americans were, below them. So that's like one of the main things. Um, so now that you have the end of these wars between the conservatives and the liberals, more or less throughout Latin America, you get this long period of stability, right? That lasts from about 1870. Well, actually, no. Technically, it would be like 1860 and go past, go through the end of the century. But between just the years of 1870 and 1884, the foreign commerce in Latin America grew by 43%, right? So this means that Latin America finally is able to have enough, stability politically, right, and economically, to where it can begin to interact economically with the rest of the world, right? So this is where some of the relationships that later will actually end up changing become solidified. Like Argentina becomes very dependent on British investment. Brazil becomes very dependent on French and German investment, right, et cetera, et cetera. Mexico becomes very dependent on American and also German investment as well, and also some British investment too. More importantly, is that this is when you begin to have, right, capitalists begin to get contracts to do massive civil engineering projects, right, or massive, projects that they otherwise would not have gone in before, right? So one case of this, again, because the countries want to modernize, right? They want to economically expand, right? I mean, that's obviously what any country wants to do, but it always came at a price, right? That they could never just have it done themselves. They always had to go through the United States, very particularly. And what ends up happening is that there was a figure, Henry Meigs, who gets the contracts to build 1,000 miles of train track in Peru, right? This would have changed, right, the ability of Peru to move both people and goods, right, and open itself up to the international market. However, Peru defaults on its debt in 1876. And so the projects end up not happening, right? This is devastating, right? Because this means that Peru not only, right, put itself in debt, right, to build these railways, but now it doesn't have the railways, nor does it have the ability to use the railways, right, to help pay off the debts, right, which is why they needed the railways in the first place. So what Meigs ended up doing, and this is a very unique thing, which is why I want to bring it up, is that he actually began to issue his own currency. And I've always found that very fascinating, that he's like, well, if the rest of the economy around me is crashing, I'll just start my own economy, I guess, in a weird way. And so, it kept going, but it went on for a little bit, right? It went on for about a year of this economic crisis. Then finally, once the economic crisis was finally averted, right, everything had happened, right? Because it's kind of like the hyperinflation in Germany, right? It only lasted, a few months. It didn't, or, it was less than a year, right? People act like it was the whole 1920s. It was just 1923, right? Just in that year. But they allow him to re-sign, or not to re-sign, but rather resign, to sign another contract with the Peruvian government to build those railways, because they're like, we need those railways. How are we supposed to pay off this debt if we don't? And then, I kid you not, weeks later, he dies. And the railroads are never built. So, yeah. And because again, this meant that the Peruvian government was financing them. Now they were bankrupt, in essence, right? Because this was the third time that they had signed a contract with him to build railways. This time, however, he ends up dying. And so, because of that, and they financed it now, they have nothing really to go off of now. So, now, one change that happens once we get to the 1870s is in Mexico, it's technically a little bit before this, but I don't really want to talk about like the really, really early really, really late 1860s because it's a little bit here or there. But once we get to 1870, that's when you begin to have, instead of merchants, right, merchant houses, right, which are an older form of business, right, you begin to have corporations, right, be the ones like dealing with the countries of Latin America. This changes this. I mean, this is a huge change, right? Because as I told you the story about Meigs, right, he himself was doing all of this stuff, right? Now you have a corporation that has its offices in New York or in Los Angeles or Panama or wherever it might be, that is now doing the contracts and the financing and all of that stuff with the governments, right? So it's more akin to what we understand now. And this is a result of the fact that in the United States, right? And again, I feel that it's necessary to talk about both sides, right? To talk about the United States and Latin America because, you know, the fact that things change in America affects how things change in their relationship to Latin America, right? So the pastoral landscape, right? So there used to be these ideas, right, of and some people still talk about them, of a Jeffersonian republic, right? Thomas Jefferson very famously said that he wanted essentially the United States to be a country of lots of small land-owning farmers, right? That would be that is the type of nation that he wanted, right? That's how you ensure equality and blah, 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 right? And the rights of property, et cetera, right? Well, that ended up not happening because, you know, that's not how things work. Instead, the market forces meant that farmers began to experiment and began to do commercial agriculture. Again, no longer... So the Jeffersonian model was... You have subsistence farmers, right? And whatever they have as excess, right, they sell that for a profit. Now it's we're going to grow things for a profit, right? And people can see how that is a major switch up, right? And so for this, you have sort of an interesting problem in the United States. And it's interesting because some people might be like, what do you mean? But because the United States, again, speaking about, you know, pretty much the 50 states at this point, or near 50 states, right? Definitely the contiguous ones. There was not enough people, right, to partake in all of the production that the United States needed or was able to, or could have been able to do. Right? So this allows for innovations in technology, right? This is important because, again, this is what allows for the United States, right, to develop in one way as opposed to Latin America. And so it allows for, and one other thing too is that the federal and state governments also, and to this day, right, we know this, right, they give tax breaks, they give all of this stuff, right? So that entrepreneurs, right, capitalists, they can invest in their private initiatives, right? But factories, and this is an innovation, right? Like you can see why this is an innovation. So whereas in, say, Mexico, you still had essentially guilds, right, that specialized in particular things, right? So if you wanted glass, a vial, right? You had to go to a glass blower if you wanted to have, whatever it took, right? There were different things, right? Because in America they didn't have the amount of people necessary to do each and every separate thing, right? In the manufacturing process as separate things. What they decided to do, and this is the innovation, is that they consolidated it under one roof, right? This is what allowed for a lot of economic development in the United States to occur. So this meant that by putting many levels of manufacturing under one roof, it allowed for the United States to industrialize very quickly, right? And the only interruption really of this, which it also belies the fact that this idea that the United States could have kept the slavery system is just untrue. Like you already had these innovations that were happening in technology that eventually there would have been no need for the cotton to Britain trade anymore, right? Like that. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Boy Meets Minnie. I can't believe it. A whole year, yes. Oh my goodness, I appreciate it so very much. I can't believe it. A whole year. Good to see you. Salam. And hello, Jellyfish. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you. So, by the end of textiles. So the main things that the United States produced were textiles, iron, or that they worked with, right? Textiles, iron, right? Which then you also have steel, right? That's very important. And which gave way to machinery, right? So they have these things sort of working together, right? And then you have the railway industry, right? This is when you begin to have the Transcontinental Railway, right? And all of these different companies, right, that build railways throughout America, right? Whereas in Latin America, most of the building of railways is dependent upon foreign investment. Like, unless a corporation from America builds I'm a bail to go play. Okay. Thank you so much, Nautical. Go have a good night. Have fun. I appreciate it. A driving factor behind the revolution in Europe as well. Much of the tech we associate with the Industrial Revolution wasn't really cheaper, but rather was a useful way to de-skillify workers and such. Right. And again, that's especially why once you have that consolidation of manufacturing into the modern factory, right? That's where you begin to have the unskilled, right? The idea of unskilled labor, which it's not true. So this meant that the United States industrialized. They went through the second industrial revolution. And actually, there were opponents of this. There actually were people at the time that were upset about this and this was after the Civil War, right? They were upset that America essentially was going to become an industrial country like Britain. Yes, if you'd like for other ways. Oh, I forgot you can lurk. Well, yeah, you can always lurk if you would like to. If you're looking for other ways to support me, you can always do so via my Cash App, my Venmo, my Throne, which I have two dono funds that you can contribute to if you would like. Subscribe on my Patreon or my Substack. So, one thing, and I think it's important to note, and you're right, is that the changes in factory life, right, the way how factories function, meant that wages went down, right? Like the amount that they had to pay people went down, and also, which meant that skilled laborers, right, like whenever they would make it, in-house, so to speak, themselves, they were used to higher wages, right? They were used to that when it was separated. Now it's all consolidated. Now they can, as you were saying, like the de-skillify effect, right? Now they can pay lower wages for industrial work. And also, you no longer have the casual work environment that came with, artisans, right? Or with craft workers, right? And this means that now they have to cede all control, right, to their boss, right? Like the boss determines, right? The capitalists determine how many hours you work, right? They determine what you work as, right? It's no longer you and your specialty, right? Um, and many Americans actually ended up abandoning factory life. That's why I kind of, in many ways, find it kind of silly when people like idealize like this idea of the factory in like American, like right now, right, where they talk about like we're gonna build beautiful steel, like all of the weird stuff that people talk about, all that stuff, right? Um, and very clean coal and all of that stuff, right? Like people actually didn't like working in those conditions. I wonder why. Um, so what what a lot of people did is that they would leave those jobs, right? They would leave. They did not want to work in the sort of grating life that factory work, right, has for them, right? Especially with less money and more work in many ways. So this is what also allowed for places, again, along the western frontier, right, that had been stolen from Mexico and the indigenous peoples, etc., right, to become settled at this time, right? Because they literally were like, I don't want to work in a factory, so instead I'm going to go be a farmer on the frontier, right? Like those were your options back then, right? If you were white anyway, those were your options. And so people would either try to get a better job or, get a homestead. Now, this is actually important in terms of leftist history, right? And I say this in a historical sense only, not political, in that it's at this time, right, at sort of like the 1870s and everything, with the consolidated manufacturing and the drop in wages, right, and the work culture that it engenders, that you begin to have the labor movement in America, right? Because the people for whom they cannot just move out to the middle of nowhere, right? Or, they begin to fight for better working conditions, right? This is how we eventually get, right, the 5-day work week and the 8-hour day, right? So this is the beginning of that process in many ways. So the old social order that had existed in the United States prior to this, it went away. This is why this belief that like 1950s America was more like, is like somehow directly related to 1770s America makes no sense, because capitalism ended the social order that existed before the 1860s. Oh yes, I finally got my Wiggler. I'm so happy. I was like, finally, I finally get a Wiggler. Um, so, so the old social order, right, and the new one that was living in the U.S. before 1950 sucked bad for most people. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because for reasons. Now the urban workplace, right, was very different, and now also like if I can give you a way to sort of show you how the social order changed, I can again, because it's very hard to altogether define it, right? But I can give you an example of something that did change, and you can still see that this is the case, right? And you will see why. Prior to the second industrial revolution in the United States, where you began to have consolidated industry, right, in manufacturing, when you had urban labor, right, in particular, like a craftsman, right, or a merchant, right, what was valued most was your loyalty as a worker, right? Because that's how the business Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, I was like, oh, I has to have a kafia and everything, and so, you know. So the sort of informal work practices, right, that you could do in a craftsman shop, right? Like take breaks whenever you needed to, right? Take your time, right? All these aspects were gone, right? And so, because this more paternalistic, one could say, environment where you have to have someone in charge to make sure the stuff gets done, but generally speaking, it's more informal, and the most important thing is loyalty. Now, in the new industrialized America, what is most important is efficiency, right? And now we live at sort of this peak of this idea of efficiency, right? Where we have, machines that instead of allowing us to, no longer have to work, right, as much as we have, but we still, but unfortunately we still live in a world where we have to prove our worth to live by working, right? That's why I hate the phrase making a living, right? Because I don't believe I should have to justify my life, my living, by working, right? It's just me. That's just my opinion based on historical stuff. But also, you have the idea now with, right, the Department of Government Efficiency, right? What efficiency means, and this reification, this idealization of it, right, is in effect born at this time, right? Because they no longer care if you are a person who dedicates their life, right? Yeah, exactly. Making a living is one of the most normalized phrases that is blatantly anti-human and grotesque. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I've always thought it was such a weird thing. And then, like, later on when I got a bit older, I was like, yeah, it's such a weird phrase. But then I, like, really thought about it. I'm like, it's weird, but it's us having to justify that we should be able to have the things to allow us to live by working, right? That's the only thing that allows us to justify our existence, right? And so it's like you said, blatantly anti-human and grotesque, um, because I shouldn't. What people don't have to prove that they have the right to live, right, via anything, right? You're alive, that's it, But anyway, so so this is also where you begin to have, so going back to efficiency just really quickly. Now we live in kind of this very strange, like, like people like to say, first as tragedy, then as farce, right? The saying, right? First it's as tragedy in the second industrial revolution, where efficiency becomes so important, right? That you have these horrific labor conditions, that, you have the employment of children, you have all of these, the triangle shirtwaist fire, you have all of these horrific things, right? That happen, right? During this period of time. My nightmares are of labor. No, I do not dream of work. I'll put it to you like that. So instead, what you have is now in the neoliberal era, or whatever this era might be so called. I don't even know, the post-industrial era, etc. You have efficiency in a farcical way, right? Where efficiency means, how is it that we can spend nothing and yet get infinite profit, right? It's like, it's this very strange thing, but it's like this is why all of the cuts to social spending are seen as making the government more efficient, but it doesn't make it more efficient, right? In fact, it's the cutting that makes it inefficient in the first place. But whatever. So what you begin to see now is the beginning of the emerging middle class, right? Which in America means so many things. Like that's the problem, is that there are people that are very much not middle class that think that they're middle class, right? I remember once someone told me that middle class, dystopian era, maybe, the middle class is at minimum making 80K a year. That's where the middle class begins, at 80K. And I thought, I don't think that that's the universal amount, right? I don't think that even in America, middle class is the most overloaded term with Marxists. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it literally can mean anything, right? Like, I mean, anybody can be middle class, right? Like, it's like, oh, you have a microwave, that's middle class. You know, it's like, and again, it's also loaded in this way too, right? The leaders of the country prefer to always, and they will always, right, pander to the middle class and the idea of it, rather than the working classes, right? As long as you're not an extreme, you're the middle, right? Right. I mean, that's definitely how it seems to be the case, right? Um, and so, you know, with this, the values of individualism, hard work, right? Um, like there are some that kind of translate in a strange way because like sobriety is one, but they don't necessarily. I mean, they mean it in both senses, right? Because this is before prohibition, right? So it's both sobriety as in being serious, but also, you know, like you shouldn't be having. Like I always thought of sobriety in this way, right? That it's like, ah, like you shouldn't be having fun at work, right? That's kind of what essentially that's trying to get at. And also this term that I am sure all of us have heard all of our lives, initiative, right? This is the time period in the United States that this word begins to start being used. Oh, well, what you need to do is you need to learn how to take initiative, right? Right? Like this is when this begins, right? Like it's one of those terms that literally is also means whatever the hell people want it to mean, right? But it's never anything. It's never whatever you want to do, right? Initiative somehow always means, right, something else. Um, so with this, you did have a greater efficiency, right, in terms of workers, right? This is where you begin to have the United States become, right, one of the top industrial countries and eventually become the top industrial country, right? And so the working class, right, however, was maligned. This is one of the reasons why I think it's very interesting how there is never actually like a call towards the working class, right? But rather they are constructed as being, and you know, because again, the capitalists believed in the social gospel, right? Which I'm sure that Talorx, if you're still in chat, right, like that's something that I know that you've talked about on some level, right? Like the people that kind of infuse like evangelical Christianity and capitalism, right? But in a more earlier time period, in this case, right? That kind of, to be a good Christian is to be a good worker, right? Stuff like that. But the working class is now viewed as being indolent, right? Which is a way of just saying lazy. Intemperate, right? So the opposite of sobriety, right? Because you have the temperance movement, but they also mean unserious, right? They also mean unserious. That the working classes are not serious about their jobs, right? Whatever. Yeah, the Protestant work ethic. Yeah, pretty much. And also attached to backwards, quote unquote, right? I'm putting this in quotes because I'm actually quoting from O'Brien's book now. The backward concepts of mutualism, end quote. How horrible. What a horrible concept to think that mutually working together and mutually caring about one another and mutually, how horrific that such an idea is, right? First it was if you work hard you will be rewarded, and yeah, pretty much. Also intersectionally, as more immigrants from Ireland, Italy, Eastern Europe, and Latin America made up the workforce, it contributed to classist sentiment. Very true, right? Which then exacerbated for the racist element as well. Particularly with the labor forces that they were legally allowed to underpay, right? Like a lot of Eastern European South Asian, East Asian, Latin American labor, right, in particular. Now it's if you work hard, you can have a good retirement. Is it that now? Like, honestly, now I don't know anybody that's going to retire. Like, literally, like, everybody I know is like, I know I'm never, like, I feel like I'm never, I mean, I can't even imagine the idea of retiring. Like, what does that even mean? You know, it's like some foreign concept. Claiming that social economic factors were due to moral failings and very little and nothing else. Love that stuff, right? Well, I mean, this is when it begins, right? Because there is the social gospel, right? That is in effect related to I mean, in effect, it's what gives way to the prosperity gospel, right? Like, this is the foundation of that, right? Because around this time you have the Second Great Awakening, right? This is like when, you know, or it's actually after the Second Great Awakening, but a lot of other movements, Protestant movements, begin to, you know, come to pass at this time, right? Can I have a linky for the person who rated? They seem to have content I'd be interested in. Uh, I'll DM it to you on Discord, okay? Because I don't have the link right now off the top of my, unless one of the mods would be so kind as to do so. But retirement, yeah, I have no idea what retirement is, honestly. So, in fact, the social gospel is actually usually referred to as the Protestant social gospel. So yes, it is the Protestant work ethic, but this was something that they wanted to use as an evangelization method, right, for Latin America in particular, right? And so what you have, mods, where, yeah. uh, so people, when they would go to places like Mexico, right, they were like, why can't you be essentially Protestants, right? Like, why can't you be the Methodists, right? Why can't you be the, you know, the Baptists, right? That's essentially what they want, right? They kind of, I mean, this is part of the, like, racism that sort of goes into that as well, right? It's the, like, they do not, why do you have so much fun, right? Everything is like, why can't you think in the Protestant way, right? With the Protestant work ethic, right? Why can't you do that? And so people like William Earl Dodge, right, who had a mining company and did lots of investments in Mexico. Isn't Latin America already? Yes, it's majority Christian in the sense that if Catholicism is Christianity, but there are many Protestants that actually, I've heard people say this, like within earshot of me, saying that Catholicism isn't Christianity, which I don't even know what to say about that, honestly. So the ideas that they started to try to reproduce in Latin American societies were those that they had instilled in American society, right? The wrong, yeah. So again, because it was all about efficiency. And so one of the things which I find very interesting, though, is that William Dodge, quite interestingly, was a big member of the American Temperance Movement, or the American Temperance Union, actually. And so he actually, that's why I said, like, when I say sobriety, I mean it in both senses, right? Like, people were upset that because Mexico got so much German and Central European and Polish immigration, right, that they ended up becoming like, during the Second Empire by the French and then with Porfirio Diaz, they got mad at the fact that, like, oh, you guys have, European beer, right? Like European style beer, so to speak, right? Which is like darker, right? It's more like ales as opposed to like the, and such, right? In fact, one of the most famous beers in Mexico is named after the area where the person who founded, who brought the technique to Mexico immigrated from, which is Bohemia, right? Which is in Czechia. If I took Protestants here to my home church in India, they'd freak out about the temple across the street or the mosque 2 blocks away. I mean, it's the same thing too. Like even when I will like take like take people to say like a Jewish area, they kind of are like, oh, why are they, it's like why like in Beverlywood or West Hollywood, right? Because like there they have lots of other temples and like of other religions and everything, even in Beverly Hills as well, and they're just kind of like, oh, why isn't it all just churches? And in fact, I actually had someone recently. Jewish areas are cool. I mean, I think so. But but one of the things though, I did have someone tell me, and they kind of got like they were very odd about it. Told me that they call synagogues Jewish churches. Like they say, "Oh, the Jewish church," and I'm like, "No." Like I'm sorry. It wasn't like at first I thought it was like oh, they're comparing it to that, right? They're like, no, 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 that's what I call them, right? Now, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, right, yeah, like in my mind, because especially since I know that, right, with the Council of Jerusalem and et cetera, right, like I get that, but the way how they were saying it was like in a very particular way. I'll put it like that. So, um, so many of these various capitalists, right, that ended up going to Latin America. And again, I'm only using Mexico just because it's one the it usually tends to be American capitalist anyway, so it's easier to discuss a bit like Cuba and Mexico and Puerto Rico and such. Is that they begin to bring the social gospel, right, the Protestant social gospel into Latin America, right? They want to instill it upon their workers, right? Like church, chimagog, what's the difference? Right. I mean, I was like then I mentioned that in Hebrew the word for church is knessia, literally the place where people congregate, and they didn't like that for some reason. I'm like, but it's literally just the word for church in Hebrew of all languages. So I don't know. It was just I don't know what was there. I think they were just, I don't know. So one of the big pioneers, and in fact I know this because my grandmother used to have a Singer uh, sewing machine, right? And this was one of the big successes actually in Latin America for an American capitalist. In Hindi, the word for Christianity is Mashiach, literally followers of the Messiah. Yeah, I mean, in Hebrew, it's Nutzrim, literally the Nazarenes, right? Like, like it's referential to their own beliefs, but it's just like I guess Masihat, Masihat. Okay. But it is like one of those things, like when they are being seen, as it were, like, because in Hindi we call Jesus Masih. I see. Okay, I see. Same in Urdu. Yeah, right. Yeah. Uh. Yeah. I mean. Like, I mean, in Hebrew, people know it's like Yeshu, right, or Yeshua, right, in Hebrew. But yeah, but his name was Yoshua, right, Joshua. Anyway, enough about Josh Christ. So the one of the biggest examples that I could find in when I was looking up the research for today's stream, because I wanted it to be particularly very, I want to go, make sure that, we can have our teach-in streams again, right, where it's very specific, and again, I want to give you a more in-depth look at sort of the history of various things. Was the invention by Singer of his sewing machine in 1851. Then in 1855, it began to start opening up offices, right, to sell in the United States, right. Then in about the 1880s, it began, well, during the Civil War, it began to sell because the U.S. market was not exactly good for business during the Civil War for reasons, right? Don't think I should have to go into detail why. Civil wars don't tend to be good for the economy. Um, you know, I mean, which is seen as a fact by everyone but like Tim Pool, who thinks like a civil war every week is like the only way to live. Um, by the 1880s, you begin to actually have, right, no longer just selling to Mexico in particular, but now selling to all of Latin America. And it particularly expanded its business to Mexico and the Caribbean because, again, at this point in the 19th century, the United States does not have the military might or the colonial power that the British have, right? So a lot of countries, as well as the French and others, right, like especially when they work in tandem, right? So the countries that the United States imperialism, like the reason why like the case studies tend to typically be in the countries closest to the United States is because that was essentially where they actually could, do their foreign directed, investment, right? Whereas everywhere else, pretty much it was Europeans. Not that Europeans didn't invest in Mexico, but you eventually have South America being added to this list, right? And this is an immense step in actually, again, it really does. It's one of those things that, again, my own grandmother had the old singers, the ones that you had to, the really old ones that are like metal and everything, like one of those. And so because of that, you eventually get just stores that exist all over the entire, all of Latin America. And you get to the point where by the mid 1890s, Singer becomes one of the primary, like Singer products become one of the primary things that are exported to Latin America from the United States, right? So typically Latin America exports raw materials, right? And the United States typically exports to Latin America, manufactured goods, right? And one of the most successful of those was the Singer. And again, I mainly bring it up because of my own, my own family history with it, right? One thing that is interesting, that I do find interesting, is that with the foot pedal, that's the exact one that my grandmother had, the very old ones, because it was again for like Jewish people in a long time, even in Mexico, couldn't really. I mean, unless you were very wealthy, of course, but if you were just like an average person, usually you couldn't, get jobs. So typically, we were only relegated to being, owning stores, right, or doing work like in the home, like piecework or something. So, so often my grandmother would make clothing and then sell it, outside in front of the house, or in the house, I should say. Now, even though the United States, the foreign trade, did end up, benefiting the United States immensely, there actually was a qualitative difference between American products and British products. And that is that British products, one, British interests were already very well installed in pretty much all of Latin America. Like, I kid you not, in Mexico, right, in the state of Hidalgo, we had Cornish miners, right, that came and settled there and worked the mines in that area. And the mines were owned by, and the railroads and all that stuff were built by the British, etc. And we have, one of these cultural things, right, that kind of stayed is the pasty. The sort of, it kind of looks to me, it looks like a big empanada. That's how it looks like to me. But the Cornish pasties, they're called pastes, but they're very common in that area because of that history, right? So that's a very like tangible example of that occurring. Um, but what I found very interesting is that one, they were able to finance all of this stuff. The British were able to do so because of their empire, right? Essentially, they had all of the, you know, what, a quarter of the world's land, a third of the world's people, right, under their rule. So for them to finance things was, and they were also the financial center of the world. So they were able to finance pretty much anything. Um, but one thing did actually happen that I've always found right interesting is that when you actually research the reactions, right, that people have towards British products and American products. So if you, so this is some stuff that you can do in the archives, which I always tell people, even if you, like you can always do so at, wherever there are archives for you to do this. Like sometimes your local historical society has archives. Museums have, like history museums have archives, right? University libraries have archives, right, that you can go look at and, sort of be able to actually look at sort of things that existed in their own time. Is that if you go into the archive and you look at the kind of like, essentially think of these as like Yelp reviews, okay? Think about them like the 19th century Yelp reviews. They would be like, American stuff, trash. Like, it's okay, but British stuff, though, it's good, right? That was actually the way in which they viewed the manufactured products at the time, that the British products were superior in quality to the American ones. Which I find funny because one of the things that like American manufacturing likes to think of itself as being like better than everybody else, right? That it's because they have, Ford, right? Henry Ford and all. They think somehow that was like a perfect, manufacturing. But people actually preferred things that were created in the British Empire far more than what was created in America. Because again, the quality was, from what I was able to see in the archives and to see with different reviews and letters and such that talked about the different products, with the exception perhaps of the Singer sewing machine, was that British products were the ones that were preferred. Now, throughout most of the 19th century, Britain was the largest trading partner for pretty much every Latin American country, right? Britain actually, it's very funny because America loves to bring up the Monroe Doctrine, right? About how but it literally never got a chance to ever really use it, right? For one, I think it's illegal for the United States to say that it has such a doctrine, right? Who gave you the ability to claim that, this hemisphere is a Ford versus a Bentley? Yeah. Or, or even a Ford versus a Honda at this point. You know what I mean? Pull up in the, pull up in the Hyundai Elantra, pull up in the secondhand Mazda. You know what I mean? That's what you want right there. For all Latin American countries. However, this is why I've been sort of saying this throughout the throughout the sort of stream, is that with in the latter part of the 19th century, particularly the 1880s and 1890s, the position of Britain as the top trading partner with all of Latin America, literally every country in Latin America, right? That's why the whole Monroe Doctrine is just like, what are you even talking about, bro? Literally, the British were able to essentially trade with every Latin American country, as much as they wanted, in any way they wanted, right? And they didn't have, and they were the ones that could finance anything they wanted. America just said, "Oh, we have this doctor's note right here that says that," or pardon me, a doctor note. I have this meme here that has me as the Chad Wojak and you as the Virgin Wojak, right? Like it's pretty much what it was, right? But eventually, right, it does begin to shift, right, and you begin to see this, where America begins to challenge the British in its two closest markets, right? I actually would extend it to a third that I wish that people would include in their historical analysis when it comes to Latin America, because I think Latin America should be broad enough to include IT, right, or Haiti. I don't think it should be denied, inclusion within Latin America. Instead, Latin America should be inclusive to include it and to recognize it as part of, the patrimony of the Americas as a whole and of the world, of course. But the three countries really that the United States begins to do its investments in are Cuba, the Mexico, and Haiti, right? And those are the places where it can challenge British hegemony, economic hegemony. So, however, of course, there are still reasons why Americans would prefer to focus on the internal market, right? And this is something that is very interesting because America's economy was able to grow because it focused on its internal market. But it doesn't like it when other countries try to do the same thing. Like the countries it imperializes, how dare you care about your own home market? And another thing too is that obviously when you are doing business abroad, I mean this is just like a hit economic point that's just a fact, is that you don't have, if you do investment at home, right, which is why, how dare you, yeah, we want your stuff and also your money, right? Exactly. One thing too is that you also get it where the fluctuating rate of currencies, right? Because remember, the US dollar is not the reserve currency at this point, it's the British pound. So the United States is like any other country, right? It has to deal with the fluctuations of the currency, right? Of its own currency as well. So because of that is why a lot of people decided to focus on the internal market. And in fact, nobody look up IT in the 80s or the Bumpers Amendment, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh gosh. Or Navassa Island, etc., all of that stuff. So the speculation that was done, as I mentioned before, that initially led to things like the absorption of Texas and all of that stuff, right? You begin to have people that go from making their riches in the domestic U.S. economy and then begin to move out of it, right? Begin to invest outside of it. And this is when you begin to have a person by the name of Moses Taylor, right? Who makes his fortune in the Cuban sugar trade, right? I have to note that this means that until Cuba abolished slavery, he was making money off of African slaves. Just so we're clear, right? Like, because he's often lauded as like, oh, one of these entrepreneurs that was very, capitalist, that was very intelligent and blah, kind of like the Elon Musk of his time, which, oh gosh, that's actually a horrible title to have. But the reason why he was able to make the money so quickly in Cuba was because the rate that he had to pay out was very low. We'll put it like that. But later on, he started to invest in banking, mining, steel, and railway ventures as well. But again, a lot of his fortune was made in the sugar trade in Cuba. Now, people might know of this place a bit more, right? Have anyone ever heard of the banking house, as they used to be called, of J.P. Morgan? One in the chat if you've ever heard of J.P. Morgan. Chat's completely quiet. No, that's fine. So J.P. Morgan was founded in Connecticut, as all great things are done. And while one, okay, good. Thank you so much, Estelle. Um, and this was at the same time that the Brown family, after whom Brown University is named after, right, moved from, like, changed their whole shtick, right? They went from land speculation, which is how they made so much money in the first place. Again, land speculation means that you're literally expecting land prices to go up over time, right, and then sell it, right? You know what I mean? Like it's a very how would I put it? It's a very predatory type of thing. Um, so oh, no worries, no worries. I was just, yeah, no worries. So um, this, however, because now you had a lot of domestic investment in the United States, it did mean that the United States didn't give as much attention to Latin America in this time period. I got myself some tea when you ask. I think I've heard of it. Okay, good, good. Yes, I think I will soon have to get a nice drink myself, but not just yet. Um, so, even though now Latin America finally had political stability and finally had the free market policies, of classical liberal policies, right? Pre the Great Depression, um, made it a place where foreign capital would have found a great home. Delicious. What drink? I have a mango and peach black tea with green tea. I want to stay awake for a bit longer, sick of getting up at 3 a.m. Oh, yeah, no, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I was thinking of making myself some mint tea. I've been wanting some all day. I love, like, spearmint tea. It's really good. Like the Moroccan style one. Um, so, um, what you eventually have is, yeah, mango sounds good, right? Um, I guess I'll focus a little bit more on the sugar trade in Cuba. Um, the Union Pacific Railroad, right? The person in charge of who devoted, who really, really uh, devoted themselves to that was Edwin Atkins, right? And in Cuba, right, to take a brief step away from Mexico, um, the uh, Drake Brothers and Company, as it was called, right, worked their way into the sugar trade with direct investments into sugar plantations. Again, this was at a time when Cuba still had slavery. Cuba was the penultimate country to abolish slavery in the Americas. So when they're talking about these massive fortunes being made, just know how they're being made, right? Um, However, they were outdone. Like they could not compare to the Atkins family, right? Because the Atkins family in America, and this was a merchant house. And yes, if you'd like to support me, which all the support that I can get, I am so appreciative of. You can always do so via the Cash App, Venmo, Throne, Patreon, or Substack, or of course, the Throne link takes you to two dono funds that you can contribute to if you so wish. Always some horrendous exploitation, right? In this case, chattel slavery. So um, oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Yes, I am going to be uploading a new article soon. I've been working on it for a while now, but I had to put it on the back burner because I have deadlines. I had deadlines, I should say. So Edwin Atkins built an important, essentially made a huge fortune off of the sugar trade in the middle of the 19th century, right? So in the lead up to the Civil War in the United States, he was already a millionaire, essentially, because of the Cuban sugar trade. However, after the Civil War, he began to focus much more on domestic, right? So this is something which occurred, right? The devastation of the Civil War essentially opened up, right? And this is something that, like, when we talk about inter-imperialist war, is also important to remember, right? Like, why is it that that there was so much destruction in during the First World War and the Second World War? Well, in inter-imperialist wars, they want to cause a lot of destruction because then that allows for reinvestment, right? That allows for more investment to build up and make more money off of what before, right, belonged to an enemy imperialist power, right? Now you can make profit off of it. So, the father, Edwin, decided to focus on. So there are two, right? There's Edwin Senior and Edwin Junior. So the father decided to focus on the Union Pacific Railroad, right? Which he was the vice president of that corporation. And again, this is the Transcontinental Railroad, right? Union Pacific. He, however, sent his son to Cuba in 1869 to take over, right, the sugar plantations that had brought him so much wealth, right, which allowed him to, be the vice president of the Union Pacific Railroad, right? However, as soon as his son arrives, right, or rather, as his son arrives, it comes to be known that, perhaps that's a weird way of discussing it, but a rebellion had started in Cuba, and this rebellion will lead to the abolishing of slavery. So as soon as he sends his kid to run the the family business in Cuba, a rebellion begins against Spanish colonial rule. Because remember, the last colonies of Spain in the Americas were Cuba and Puerto Rico, right? And so that is actually why, even after Cuba got its independence, a lot of Spaniards would still move there, as they did, and that's the reason why, for example, like on the eve of the revolution, right, even though the vast, there was a very large black population, the majority population was still white, because so many Europeans did come to be settlers in Cuba. So, because of this, right, essentially, this meant that the Atkins family, particularly the younger Edwin, had essentially had the bottom, or how does that phrasing go? Well, essentially, all of his father's investments, all of his investments, right, essentially went, hello, Igloo. I put a review and a PDF of the Barkskins book in the library channel. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Mushroom. I really appreciate that. So, because of this, Atkins and his company found himself with all of these unpaid advances, right? Again, all of these investments that he was supposed to get money for fall through. However, then they get an idea, right? The Atkins family, right? The bottom fell out. Yeah, so yeah, the bottom fell out from under him, right? Yeah. I was like, the bottom was taken out from under. I was like, no. The ground swept from under his feet. Yeah, pretty much. So, because he kept extending credit to planters, right? Because again, they had the funds to do so. The abolition of slavery and the sort of economic decline that occurred thereafter meant that now all of these people owed him money, right? They now owed the Atkins family money. This means that because they could no longer meet the obligations, in 1882, one of the largest plantation owners in Cuba, the Sarias family, forecloses on their entire estate and has to give it to the Atkins family. Within about a span of 12 years, more or less, Atkins developed that entire property, the property that he had, had gotten because of this, into a 12,000 acre plantation. Well, technically, it was called an estate, but I mean, it had plantations on it, right? And a workforce of 1,200 persons. That's a lot of people. 1,200 people that work for you, even after the end of slavery in Cuba, right? Were still and very similar to tenant farmers in many ways. And began to import. He imported this from the United States, the latest equipment for sugar production. So now, with this huge estate that he had, 12,000 acres, and this large workforce that he had, that he could, underpay or find loopholes of ways of paying them, he now had the ability. Apparently, there was a TV series based on the Barkskins books by National Geographic TV, but I don't know how closely it followed the book. I have to check. Well, once I look over the book, it would be interesting to see. Maybe screen it one of these days, like an episode or two, because that sounds interesting. So I want to just sort of bring us back to the idea of the Protestant social gospel, right? Is that he had this immense workforce, 12,000 acres, right? These brand new. I'm aware there had been Indian people who were migrated to plantations at some point, right? After the slavery abolishment, I remember as indentured servants, I think African, and maybe even, yes. This is the reason why, like in Guyana and in Suriname, like Suriname is perhaps a country where that is very much the case, where in fact there is like its own dialect of Hindi exists in is spoken there. Same thing with Fiji, right? Like a lot of by the French were also transported there to work. To continue the exploitation, yes, yeah. For the United States, it was it had two sources of labor like that it didn't really have to, that it was able to mistreat as much as possible, right? Because it has it operates under this belief that it doesn't matter, they will still show up anyway, right? And that is, of course, particularly Mexican labor, but Latin American labor as such. But of other peoples, and to label it under indentured servants, they aren't so much slaves, they get paid. They kind of get paid. Well, I mean, I suppose. Yeah, no, I mean, it's good that they would get paid. I mean, that's important. But going back to the social gospel, because, oh, no, I know that you were saying it sarcastically. That's why I was all like, okay, if you say so. Is that the social gospel still existed, right? So this is even later on, even decades after when it begins. He famously says, and I'm quoting him now, he, quote, wanted every acre to pay for something, end quote. Yeah, throughout much of the Lesser Antilles and northern coast of South America, there is what we call Caribbean Hindustani. Yeah. And then it's very interesting too, because then there's also people that there are some people who are Sephardic Jews that they mix together Hindustani and Ladino, but that's more recent though. That's not as I wish that there was more evidence of that in history, but a lot of it isn't written down. Like Chinese labor on the railroads, right? Chinese labor, Guyana, Trinidad, yeah. Mm-hmm. Even Jamaica. Right, even Jamaica. So again, he wanted every acre to pay for something, right? To pay for itself. right? So this is the attitude that the social gospel, right, now was applied to even to land, right? Even the land itself, right, had to. Oh, that is so sweet of you to say, Scribbles. I really appreciate that. I really hope that people have enjoyed this. I know this is more, uh, more in depth history wise, but I did want to, go back to having our teach-ins, right, where we would go really in depth on subjects, and particularly this one, since I think it's fascinating. Um, so, so because of that, um, he began to do more reinvestment into Cuba, right? To do this. But as one of the main reasons why he would do this is because then, definitely have done, this is a big interest of mine. I appreciate you putting a lot of time. Oh, I thank you. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Um, he in essence wanted um, to work on increasing productivity. Right? He had 1,200 workers, 12,000 acres, and he decided that after all of this, what he needed to do was to make everything more efficient and to make people work harder. So and this is a very strange thing, because he actually became notorious, right, in Cuba, because of the fact that he he said that that Cubans, right, and I'm quoting now, right, pardon me, they had habits, right, and that he would call them, quote, the luxurious indolent Cubans, end quote, right. So again, this view of Latin Americans in general is one that we are lazy, right? That we don't know how to, we don't appreciate a hard day's work, blah blah blah, and all that BS. But what eventually ends up occurring is that he um, becomes, right, such an important landowner in Cuba that he kind of um, he writes of himself as though he has conquered, quote unquote, right, uh, the indolence that he sees in Cuba. So again, um, to sort of look at this and take a quick step back, the reverse is true on how Europeans viewed South Asian people. They tokenized my people as hard workers to exploit. Yeah, it's such a strange thing, right? It's like it's always like either you're this or you're that, and then like this, you always have to plead by saying, "Oh, we are hardworking and family oriented and blah blah blah." It's like no, like we shouldn't have to justify ourselves based on capitalist, yardstick, so to speak, right? Excuse me, but unfortunately, that's um, so because of this, right? Because of these people that were able to take advantage of these particular situations, like the rebellion that caused the and essentially brought about the end of slavery in Cuba, but still had it as a Spanish colony, right? Allowed the Atkins family to essentially grow their power throughout the island. And this seems to have given credence, right, to their beliefs, right? Like they use these successes, right, that they had, so to speak, right? That because they were able to take advantage of these situations, they saw it as an affirmation of these values of the Protestant social gospel, of of everything, right? Of everything that they believed, right? This view of what they needed to do in Latin America, etc., etc. But one thing that it did lead to, particularly because of this type of thinking, right, the way how they characterize the Cubans, the Mexicans, etc., and the way how they see their own necessity to be missionaries of this particular gospel, is that the Americans see it as their right to intervene, to meddle in the affairs of other countries, right? That's what this leads to, is that in the economic participation that they have via their investments and their growth via, like in Cuba, like with the Atkins family, or in Mexico when it comes to mining or railways or whatever it might be, it to them affirmed, quote unquote, right, like what they already believe, right? Even though, of course, like when you have a country that's being imperialized and you have a comprador bourgeoisie that allows you to do it, that success, quote unquote, is like not really a success, right? Like they didn't have to compete, right, to get there as much as they love to say that they did. And so you begin to have American merchants, right, American businessmen who started to be the big interferers in Latin American affairs, right? Because again, they think our social gospel is right, our methods are right, our way of living is right, quote unquote, right? So therefore, because I'm a big capitalist and this country, quote unquote, needs me, right? I and Americans, generally speaking, writ large, right? America, right, has a right to intervene on these countries' behalves, right? Because we have its actual interests at heart. Because, of course, they only think of it in capitalist terms, right? And so what you begin to see is, yeah, of course, right? Yeah, I know. And the way how you begin to see this is that you eventually start to have a lot of these corporations and these merchant houses being becoming the points of contact, right, for the elites, right, the European descended white Latin American elites, right, the comprador bourgeoisie, to, right, get whether it's manufactured goods, right, or luxury goods, right, or, and this is the big thing, credit, right? This is a huge way how the United States is able to essentially put itself in Latin America and able to tell entire countries, right, how they must behave, right, how they must work vis-a-vis its own interests. So I want to give a very specific example here. Credit, yes, they would extend credit, right? Debt, right? They would indebt them, right? They would say, "Oh, do you need a loan of $100,000? Oh, well, I'll give you that loan, right?" And the merchants would do it, right? But yeah, sounds like a lot of self-serving propaganda. Well, who knows? So one of these things that ends up happening is that as a lot of these merchant houses begin to grow, you have an intense expansion into the various markets of Latin America, particularly, and I'm going to use the case of Peru because I, just from off the top of my head, right, one of the things that Peru had a lot of, and this isn't really spoken about much anymore, but America actually has the Guano Act, right? Peru was actually a very important place for guano, right? Propaganda works. Well, yeah, no one is immune to it, that's for sure. However, because, and this is something Marx wrote about, that's what's very interesting to me. Marx writes about the fact that like capital always takes more, right, than it puts back, right? Like it scars the earth, right? It always like it destroys more than it could ever produce, right? In that sense, right? And one of these things was indeed guano, where because that allowed for industrial agriculture, right? You essentially had its depletion within pretty much decades of of the largest, the fertilizer, indeed. That is why now actually a lot of the battles for, like, for example, I've mentioned this prior, that the area known as Donetsk, right, the area from Kharkiv to Donetsk, the city, right, there was discovered a large natural gas field, right, and if it were to be, Ural, right, if it was to ever be exploited, as the term is, right, like to be used, natural gas is used in the production of industrial fertilizer, right? That is why Russia's natural gas reserves. Sorry, my bad. I've been streaming for a few hours, so I'm starting to get but still, the natural gas is what allows for the production of industrial fertilizer. In fact, it was the denial, right, the decision by the technically I have not. I've just been kind of going on, but because I'm very interested. I mean, this is like Latin American history, right? One of my areas of expertise. So, what was I going to say? This means that Sri Lanka, right, at one point they chose to not use industrial fertilizer, and instead they ended up having a massive crop failure, essentially, essentially a failed harvest, because they decided to not use the industrial fertilizer, right? And so a lot of people have thought that the war for the Donbass in particular, right, and that part of eastern Ukraine, it's amazing how much this stuff in our modern society is just oil with extra steps. I mean, you're not wrong, right? But again, the one thing about industrial fertilizers, right, is that they ruin the land. That, like, yes, you can get higher yields, right, on crops, but it destroys the land. Like, eventually it is dead, right? All of the nutrients are sucked out of it. Everything is gone. And even Karl Marx, back in the 1870s and such, was already remarking about how guano was already going away, because that was kind of the first thing that allowed for industrial agriculture to really take right. And so because of this, the Peruvian economy fell into a depression, right? And so this meant that again, American merchant houses, right, could now foreclose, right, former landowners, right, that were Peruvian, right, essentially like Peruvian, and thus, right, buy up all of this territory, right, that was essentially given. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, Nero, right? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I get so enthusiastic when my mind bounces around from topic to topic. It can be hard to stay focused on one thing. It makes it difficult for me to work on writing essays and articles. I know the feeling. I mean, it's a struggle, right? But it's one of those things that, like, as a person that has to, do this, I mean, that's kind of why I think, like, oh, well, let me bring up this one example, right, that I know from history, right, that's off the top of my head, right? But this allowed for American merchant house, a particular merchant house, in fact, the Grace family, to essentially buy out all of these things and essentially gain all of this capital, right, in the sale of land and such. And this also allowed them to enter the sugar production industry in Peru. But that's a whole different story. And even though the Grace family began to invest very heavily in sugar, sounds like confessions of an economic hitman. Oh, I mean, you're not wrong. When did the sugar production start in Peru? Well, it would have started during the colonial period for sure, particularly in the northern parts of Peru, because that those are the parts where you can actually grow um, sugarcane, which is interesting because when there was the sugar boom, right, in Latin America, which was mainly done through sugarcane, in America, and in fact, it was typically Mexican workers that worked the fields, all in the Midwest, where it was done through sugar beets, right? In England, it was the same thing. In fact, East Anglia is actually, there's a Bury St. Edmunds, right, is actually where one of the old sugar factories is at, and it's still, if you go to it in Bury St. Edmunds, you can still see that it has a beet plant, right, like a pulled out beet. Yes. Okay. So I think, yeah, I think so too. Let's see here. Hmm. Okay. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so very much. If everyone could please get into the machine so we can head on over to Irene's stream. Make sure to tell her hello and tell her that I will be there very soon. I appreciate, again, every single one of you that has come here today and stayed to learn. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. See you all very soon.